show. Forget everything that you know.
I can beat that.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
No chance.
It's impossible to resist. Just sit back and enjoy the view. Out with the old, in with the new. Look forward, there's no looking back. Gotta be on the right track.
Thank you.
No waiting list. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing like this. That's right. You ain't seen nothing like this.
Savage takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. 7 days of live streaming start today with the final table of the 1K FPS main event. We are going to see it play down from 6 to a winner. It's James Harshkin alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And yes, here we are, back on the Riviera.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the most populous immigrant group is tax evasions.
We're at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel for this 7 days of live poker. And yes, it is the FPS that starts today. And over the course of the 7 days, we want to hear from you. Tomorrow, it's EPT proper. It's the biggest buy-in event on the schedule, the 100K super high roller. And then we segue into the main event, the bubble day on April 30th, all the way through to the final table next Saturday, that's May the 4th. You'll see we're live every day at 12:30, unless it's a final table, in which case we're live at 1 p.m. local time. That is Central European Summer Time. And here we are, with your ways to get in touch. You can use the live chat on Twitch, you can use the live chat on YouTube, you can post on X, and of course, there's lots of fun stuff happening on our Facebook and Instagram pages as well. It is the most beautiful poker room in the world. It is the room of the stars, and these 6 stars have made the FT. This is the players in seat order. We can see that it's Atanas Malinov, a very talented live and online player who has the chip lead, 21.7 million, has pretty much a 2-to-1 advantage on the rest of the table. One particular short stack, Remy Mercier, playing around 14 big blinds. Action is going to resume with 150k, 300k blinds, with a 300k big blind ante. 24 minutes left on this level, and then the blinds will go up. Everyone guaranteed at least 61.5 grand. Nearly 80k for 5th. 6-figure scores for the top 4, more than 100k for 4th place, 135k for 3rd, nearly 200 grand for the runner-up, and more than 300,000 euros for the winner, the single biggest slice of the €2 million prize pool in this 1,100 euro buy-in event, which started, by the way, with 2,096 entries. And over the course of the last 3 days, it has played down to the final 6. Today, it will play down to a winner, and we will see every single hand live.
ST for the 1K.
On the stage, Guillaume Nollet, on the stage. That is Remy Mercier, the short stack. Gabby Lifshitz, who will come into the final table with around 20 big blinds. Marco Gambini from Italy, who qualified for this event.
Fruitman.
Virgil Touchy, guaranteed his best ever live score in this tournament. And Atanas Malinov, usually a serial qualifier, but actually bought into this event directly.
Huh. I don't know if that means he bricked a bunch of satellites. Either way, probably profitable.
Here's a player with 700K in live earnings. Gabby Lifshitz has $1.6 million in live earnings. You may remember back in 2019, he came fourth in the EPT Prague main event.
EPT Prague, 2019.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
2019.
Weird.
I didn't play EPT since. And,
Atanas Malinov,
and
chip
people
leader,
said, maybe you should play more
21.7
EPTs.
million.
I don't know. Like,
If he
sounds
says
like
chip
you're
leader,
doing well.
21.7 million, it's going to be really freaky.
How did you end up?
Okay.
For like 300 something?
350.
So Virgil Tershi is relatively new to poker. First cash came back in 2018, and as I just referenced, this will be his biggest result yet.
The guy who won Pobal ran like God mode versus me for like 30 minutes. I was from one, and we were super deep. It was like average was 80 bigs, I think. Yeah, four-handed, yeah, and like I was 1 out of 4 on break, and half an hour later I was having dinner. But okay, I won. No bad beats. No. I ran good.
Remy Mercier also guaranteed his best ever live result at this final table. This is also his first
in
cash
this
at an
one,
EPT
I
stop.
ran too good. All over, like I'm blessed.
Fair to say that Guillaume Nollet is the most accomplished player at this final table. Nollet 20 on stars, 4 million in online earnings, 1.6 million in live earnings.
More like yes, Lay.
If someone say I don't run that good in that tournament,
Yeah, run 3.
Based on results, based on Hendon Mob, one would say that Marco Gambini is the least experienced player at the table. Satellited into this event via a 100 euro satellite. He is also satellited into the EPT main event, which is starting today. It's day 1A, so he'll get to play day 1B tomorrow.
What a great trip this is going to be for him either way.
Awesome ROI there.
Like all the hands he opens, and everyone falls because they know. Everyone just knows, huh?
Yeah, it's just so that I'm sometimes
Getting
king,
to understand why they call him Gabby Lifshitz.
sometimes ace king.
they told them it's the best hand in the game, so why playing anything?
So it looks like we're getting the action underway. A reminder that there are 24 minutes left on level 34. Blinds are 150,000, 300,000 with a 300k big blind ante. Action's underway. Hand 1 of the FPS Monte-Carlo main event final table. Action starts on Guillaume Nollet.
You guys will notice that our shorty is actually starting in the big, which is why starting with 14, but 2 big blinds going in already. 1 for the big blind, 1 for the big blind ante.
Oh, Gabby a little quiet now that he's got to play a hand.
20 big blinds here. Honestly, I prefer a fold off this stack. I mean, when you're on a final table with these pay jumps, Joe, those small pocket pairs just do not cut the mustard.
Thank you.
Mr. Malinov in the mix, though. Makes a lot of sense here.
The white one?
Malinov, chip leading, wants to play more hands.
The white chip. The white chip for 500.
Oh, okay.
500,000.
And our shorty does decide to defend.
He does, and sees a flop of 10-6-3. So does flop second pair, which is the best hand right now. Has checked to Malinov, who checks it back.
Ooh.
And spikes his king on the turn, so Malinov now a 92% favorite in this hand.
Yeah, tough break. I like the check there from Malinov, though. It's just a spot where you don't really need to be c-betting too aggressively. You've already got decent showdown. The big blind's going to defend loads of stuff that you have beat with the king-jack regardless. The last thing you want is to give Remy the opportunity to check shove with the diamond draw or a straight draw like 8-7 or something like that. Or indeed put you in a tough spot where you can just pick up a hand on later streets or indeed get to showdown and just showdown the king-jack fine. A lot more likely to c-bet when he has less showdown here. The time is now, though.
What the fuck say?
Delayed continuation bet from Atanas Malinov. 900,000 into a pot of 1.5 million.
Tough spot. Definitely a turn card that is bluffed quite aggressively. Even if you check back some ace highs, you might start firing on the King X turn. Makes the right fold, though. Nice work. Cost him a big chunk of his stack, though, down to just 11 bigs before he puts in that small blind now.
Here's the short stack at the table with 11 big blinds. Gabby Lifshitz, the second shortest stack with 20, and Malinov has just increased his chip lead. 75 big blinds now.
Couldn't even tell he was wearing glasses under there before.
And two. Mercier and Nole in the blinds. Marco Gambini, first to act.
No Gambini, no future.
Folds 5 deuce off under the gun. Lifshitz is out. 10-5 off for Malinov. Round to the button. Virgil Tershi with King Jack.
Gotta be playing this one, guys. Second in chips. Obviously a hand that's in this range. Just a nice small open. Actually, sometimes you might see some sizing up here just to try and merit some more folds. Definitely see some players going over 2x here just to maximize folds from the blinds and take down those very, very valuable blinds and antes.
Hello to the Undersea Monkey watching on Twitch who says, Ept Monte-Carlo watching from the pub. This is the life. Let's have it. Real B21 asks, will we have live coverage of the 100K as well? Yes, tomorrow, the final table of the Super High Roller. Live at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. No defend from Nole with 8-3 of spades. Raise and take it for Tershi.
Yep, nice adjustment. We did see the slightly larger than 2x there. Means that the players in the blinds have to be a little bit tighter with the way that they defend and 3-bet. And very effective. Wants to remain in this position, guys. Virgil Tershi wants to remain here while the shorties are forced to do some more heavy lifting and potentially find some more ladders.
And number 3. Action on Lifshitz. Folds the Spraggy. Malinov with 10-3.
Man, with 20 big blinds, you don't want ace-7. You want 9 deuce. Jack 4.
Ooh, hello.
King Queen suited for the shorty. Is this a case you just get your chips in, Nick?
You're happy.
I think it is, yeah. Pretty straightforward.
Shoves from the button.
You're going to pick up the blinds and antes very often, and the rest of the time you're like, whatever, man, I got king, queen suited. Let's go.
Exactly. Don't even mind getting the spin here sometimes.
Nole folding queen 8 suited in the small blind. Gambini is the big blind. And he folds as well. 6-5 of diamonds.
Getting it done. You know, sometimes being the short stack does mean things are just simplified a little bit, right? Just can play your hands kind of at their face value. 10 big blinds on the button, king queen suited, pretty easy push there.
Philip the Razor watching on YouTube says, if I win the Super High Roller tomorrow, everyone in YouTube chat gets 5K.
Huh?
Doesn't matter.
I don't think Phil is playing the Super High Roller, so that's an empty promise. I should highlight, by the way, there are 2 streams on YouTube. I don't know how a 7-hour broadcast qualifies as a short, but apparently it does. So if you want to watch us as a short in 9:16, in vertical, knock yourself out.
I mean, look, the PCA used to be an EPT stop. Why can't a 9-hour live stream be a short?
Black is white. White is black. Ace 10 on the button for Nole. So his best live result is $300,000. So he will need to win this tournament to top that. His biggest online result, by the way, came in the W Coupe main event in 2015. There was a deal with the final 4 players, and he locked up $1.2 million and went on to finish 3rd in that tournament.
Not a bad result.
Gabby Lifshitz, king-queen in the big blind.
This is a tough one, you guys. Might be tempted to 3-bet jam this. I think that's fine, but also when you got Remy looking on the shorter side, do you just play it cool and just have a flat? Reduce the variance? Thing is, Nole's probably going to be forced to fold a lot of stuff. I mean, even a hand as strong as Ace-10 might be forced to fold with the ICM pressure. Yeah, as expected, does dial down the aggression here a little bit, just plays it cool. Be interested to see the actual solution on that, because Ace-10 obviously would usually be a call versus that 3-bet jam. But ICM looming.
No pairs for Lifshitz.
Yeah, no pairs. Obviously a really dry texture. Plenty of c-betting here.
And tough for Lifshitz to carry on in this hand with a sub-20 big blind stack, albeit with 2 overs to this paired board.
Guillaume Nole lives his life a quarter pot bet at a time.
I dig it. I can relate.
Well, Lifshitz does call 1 street, and that's going to take us to the turn. So now we have a double paired board. It's king high versus ace high. Nole with the advantage, 76% equity.
Couldn't pull the Malin off. Couldn't turn the king.
Don't really think you need to fire twice here necessarily. Don't think it's completely outrageous, but you do have like considerable showdown here with 1 card to come in the Ace-10. If it gets to showdown, plenty of hero calls can be made here, especially if it's a no diamond, no straight card.
I was gonna say, maybe by calling there on the flop, you do get a free river sometimes.
Sure.
Misses both, though.
Likely to go check, check, right?
I think that's pretty likely. Both players have kind of the same showdown value here. I mean, you know, that open from the button's going to be plenty of things that King-Queen's going to smash here. Plenty of things that will probably not likely want to fire this river as a bluff on the double pair texture as well, because Lifshitz will still have some ace combos, some king X combos too. Not a ridiculous place to turn King-Queen into a bluff, though, as well, right? If your opponent slows down in this turn, they're probably not going to have a 6 that often, probably not going to have a 3 that often anyway. Might be tempted to fire some flush draws, but on the double pair texture, they're concerned about boats, of course. Check, check seems very reasonable, James. Yep, there it is.
And ace high will decide it. Nole wins the pot, and that's going to leave Gabby Lifshitz with around 15 big blinds. Blinds up in 12 minutes' time. And a question from Simon Lynch on YouTube. How come we only go live on the final table? Love the EPT streams. Was hoping to watch the 1K start to finish. Either way, great to have you guys back for more poker binges. Good to be back, Simon. This is kind of bonus coverage, really. Our primary focus is the EPT main event, and you are going to get to see multi-day coverage of that starting from day 2. The final tables of the 1K FPS main event, the 100K super high roller, that's a little bit of a amuse-bouche, an appetizer at the start of our EPT main event coverage. So when Super Omega Fish asks on Twitch no 100K coverage, I would remind you, 100K final table is tomorrow, Monday.
Your secondary amuse-bouche.
That's your hearty app. This is the amuse-bouche. Tomorrow is the healthy, hearty appetizer.
And then 5 days of dessert?
No, that's very, very much the main course. Your entree, if we're going to use local parlance.
Pretty serious faces here, playing for serious money, so you can't blame them. Mr. Gambini with the KT. Just goes for the min from the button.
Playing against the chip leader. Gets to defend with 6-4 off. Does hit bottom pair. Ain't the best hand, though.
Gambini continuing with second pair.
Seems very reasonable. Very strong second pair. That's a really important note here. Having that king kicker means that you're still getting value from worse tens as well as diamonds, straight draws, 4x, etc.
Well, Malinov check called one street, has checked the turn. Is Gambini going to fire another barrel? Yes, he will.
Yeah, I love this. Really, really like this turn barrel. You have to imagine the chip leader, Malinov here, is going to be 3-betting a lot of the ace combos that he has in the big blinds just to try and assert dominance. So at that point, you can start to cap his range pretty considerably. You're going to get a lot of value from that 10x, as I said, that you have outkicked. You're still getting value from the diamonds, etc. Really, really nice maneuver there. Pretty quick poker as well. Definitely had a plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 34 big blinds now for Marco Gambini. He's looking good.
Tom asking if Spraggy fired 5 bullets in the super high roller again. Spraggy learned his lesson. That was 5 years ago. That was young Spraggy.
We need to pause final table. I mean, that's it. Like, let's go on like a 2-hour break so they can fix it or something.
2-hour break. Sign me up.
Sometimes nature calls.
Is there like
Soft
a
and
service here?
Soft and fine.
Trying to
If there is a service that arrives here, thank you.
Yes, young, overconfident Spraggy fired 5 bullets in a super high roller in the Bahamas once. Hasn't made that mistake since. Unfortunately, he was prevented from playing the super high roller by being one of the participants in the Mystery Cash Challenge that was filmed yesterday that you will get to see on the PokerStars YouTube channel later this year.
It's a great lineup. You guys are going to love that.
The must.
On the final table.
Was it 2019 he fired 5 bullets?
Yeah.
Classic.
Min cashed the PSPC and thought, I'm now the daddy.
$500,000. Cold blood. What can you do?
I'm pretty sure they created this super high roller around Spraggy and then got rugged at the last minute when we pulled him into the Mystery Cash Challenge.
That's right. If they catch him once every 4 years, it's worth it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So today is day 2 of the super high roller, and of course today is the first time that people go broke because unlimited re-entries until the start of day 2. Right now it looks like we have 38 players remaining.
Yeah.
Ben Heath and Alex Kulev among the chip leaders right now. There's one name I'm looking for. Is he still in?
Derek Jeter.
Bigger name than that as far as poker's concerned.
Miley Cyrus.
Phil Ivey?
Yeah, Philip Horatio Ivey making his first appearance in Monte-Carlo since 2015. Sadly, it seems no longer in the super high roller. So we've gone heads up to this flop, blind v blind. Malinov raised to $1 million and Tershi called. Ace high still ahead.
C'est quoi ton fold ici, big on button open?
I wonder if we could get Phil out on the street and I could show him the exact spots where Daniel Negreanu slapped him in the face twice.
I'm going to guarantee he has little to no recollection of that night.
I don't know. I feel like if you're like in Monaco and Daniel Negreanu jumps up and slaps you in the face on 2 separate occasions on the walk home, I bet you'd remember that. He might not remember me, but he's going to remember that.
I'm guessing alcohol was involved, which has an amazing ability to erase things from the brain. So Malinov did not continue. Check to Tershi, who's bet 700K here, Nick.
There was alcohol involved, but it was only 1 or 2 bottles.
You know what's cool about this, James, is Malinov, having checked, somewhat caps his range immediately, right? Because he's probably just going to see bet as Queen X or stronger. And Turchi, even though he doesn't have much going on right now, does have an interesting card that he can use as a blocker later date, as a bluff at a later date, being the 9 of hearts as a blocker, right? He's blocking some straight draws, he's blocking some flush draws. So even if he bets flop and doesn't get the job done with the first barrel, he will very often have 2 overcards to the 8 and the 7 that might check this flop having raised pre-flop, because that's quite a common line with second and third pair in this sort of small blind versus big blind scenario. And if he does improve, he can get to showdown with that as a winner. Otherwise, he can start bluffing with the hearts and the straighting cards, and all of that will be in his range. The big blind defend versus small blind raise is extremely wide here, so story checks out, you know what I mean?
So Malinov checks a second time.
This is not such a good turn to barrel, though, unfortunately, because you're not going to get a whole lot of those combos to fold. You could target some ace X, some king X, maybe that might sneak in there too, but I think we probably see a lot of checking from Turchi here. I think betting is still totally cool, but let's see how Turchi feels. Yep, that makes sense.
And then we get the river for free, which is the deuce of hearts. So the board has bricked out for Tershi.
So interesting scenario now. Malinov quite happy to get to showdown on the paired board here. Ace-10 will be the best hand a lot of the time. However, does Turchi use that deuce of hearts in position as a bluff? The question is, if you're Malinov, how often do you think Turchi's going to bet a flush draw on the flop and then not barrel again after you've missed that C-bet? And I would hazard a guess that Turchi probably does bet some of those hearts on the turn some of the time. Not all of them. Probably a lot less likely to barrel high cards with a heart that might have showdown. Check and a check.
Ace high beats king high. Another pot for Atanas Malinov as he increases his chip lead at this final table. 23.2 million, more than 75 big blinds.
Yeah.
Blinds up in 3 minutes. And that'll put the pressure on Gabi Lifshitz and Remy Marcia, who have 15 and 11 bigs respectively at the current level.
Can we get a bottle of sparkling water and 1 espresso?
Whoa, slow down. Double fisting.
You're not a true degen unless you have 3 drinks going at once.
No worries.
Action's going to start with Guillaume Nollet.
No for Nollet.
On doit le reprendre.
Gambini, ace-9 of clubs. Raises to 600,000.
Ouais, on est à 30 minutes.
Malinov, king deuce of spades on the button.
Gambini chipping a chair in it right now, huh?
In cash. Walk.
Yeah, at one point yesterday, I think he was down to like 2 or 3 big blinds when we were at the final 2 tables. And has come back today as the third biggest stack, has more than 30 bigs right now.
And is dominating in this hand.
Mercier, who is the short stack, defends his big blind with 9-7 of spades. And there is a 9 on the flop. Ace 9-4, top 2 for Gambini, second pair for Mercier.
Is there a name for this, Nick, where flopping top 2 is actually worse than just flopping top pair here for you, because you're going to get less value than if it was just like 9 deuce tray?
I don't think we have a phrase for it, but maybe you should invent one like you invented chip in a chair.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Yeah, you should work on that.
I want to make sure there wasn't already a name, because I would never take credit for something that already existed.
Of course not.
So it went check, check on the flop. We get the 4 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board. Mercier checks a second time, and here comes the delayed bet from Gambini.
Yeah, guys, I don't think I like the check on the flop from Ace 9-4 from Gambini. I just think alarm bells are going off in my brain when somebody misses a bet here. If your opponent even has kings or queens or jacks, they're going to c-bet this. So all of a sudden when there's a check, it's going to be some 9x maybe, I suppose, which is already bad for Mercier, because if it is, it's going to be like king 9, queen 9, that kind of thing. But it's going to be a bunch of ace-x combos that people are just checking on a really dry texture. I think you can get away with just betting like 1 big blind on the flop, and you're still telling the same story and getting the action that you require.
I quite like the suggestion from Teblar, but it's very specific to this exact holding. It's too many pair. 2 pair being too many pair.
Too many pair works. I think that's really good so far.
But obviously it's very specific to this hand. It's not generic enough to cover the scenario you were talking about, Joe, where you hit the board too hard.
Yeah. Nick, to go back to what you were saying about the flop check, let's look at it from the other side. Are there many hands that whiff this board that would check? Not really, right? Is what you're saying.
From a theory perspective, no. Because the point being, yeah, if you miss, you're gonna bluff this every single time. It's a great texture to bluff.
Well, this bet from Gambini on the river is 2 million, and we can see Mercier only has 2.38 million behind it. Be a virtual all-in for him to call here.
About it, it's a wide. Sorry, guys. We go break. Call us.
Don't worry.
Take your time. It's not gonna take 10 minutes, but yeah. Take your time, take your time.
No shot clock in the FPS main event.
I think my point is that you accomplish all of your same objectives by betting really, really small here, because you can still have really small bluffs that work when they have absolute air on that really dry texture. You still get action when you're super strong. You still get value when you're sort of medium strength, right? If you have, you know, a strongish 9 or like pocket jacks, which again is still pretty strong in the grand scheme of things. As played, I think you just got to let it go if you're Mercier. This is just not a way. This isn't how people bluff. If people are bluffing, they just bet the flop, right? If they have air, they just bet the flop.
I wish there was a way for me to clip this particular bit of analysis from you and play it when I'm playing poker, because I think I would fall for this a lot.
Fair. It's also player dependent though, Joe, as well. You play a lot of live, so you know, there are people that just go, I don't know what I'm doing, so they just go, okay.
No, this is exactly a live player move, what's happening right here, I think, from Gambini. I think this is exactly the sort of play that I would be up against quite a bit.
Sure. I think it is true to say most people who play more live or
How are you feeling, my Italian friend? Doing good? You're good?
Cold.
Yeah, you have a cold, yeah.
So I'm not feeling good.
You're not feeling good. What about the hand?
I don't know.
You don't know? I don't know either, so...
That seems pretty confident to me, too, even though he said, I don't know.
I don't know. This is the kind of spot where people might check queens on the flop and then realize they're good by the river and just put them in for the rest as well. So even if it's not an ace, even if it's not an ace, there's still loads of stuff that dude does this for pure value. So it's just a sad story when they check flop, really, no matter what. Your opponent's not going to do this with king queen, right? They might check the flop, but they're not going to turn their hand into a bluff, and they've got showdown.
Oh, calls off most of his stack. And we'll be left with just a single big blind. Actually, less than a big blind, because that was the last hand of that level. Blinds are now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante.
Yeah, it's unlucky. Look, no, absolutely no shade on the call. It's that line definitely can trap players, no problem. But it is tricky in a live setting to understand how people are going to structure that range, because when you're playing tougher opposition online, they're going to be a lot more balanced, which means they're going to have a lot more C-bets.
So if our EPT main event coverage is the entree, the dessert will be our live streaming from Scoop 2024, because that starts the day after Monte Carlo wraps, Sunday, May 5th, and runs through till May 29th. Now, we have got live cards up coverage of the 10K main event. That's the last 3 days of the series. And during those 3 days, there'll also be the final table of the 25K Super High Roller. Nick, I imagine you'll also be doing some other cards up streams of Scoop final tables during the series?
Absolutely. I'm actually really excited about that, guys. At the end of this month, before the start of May, I'm going to launch the official schedule. And I've set myself a little bit of a
high bar.
Yes, yeah. I've gone heavy this time, guys. We're going to be covering so much Scoop, cards up, the way that you guys have come to know and love here at twitch.tv/PokerStars. And indeed, there's a chance we might even be able to get it across to YouTube as well, but TBC on that. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that on this occasion. But yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to have a full schedule. We're going to have loads of fantastic guests, but then also we're going to be covering the story of the day if there's something better to watch, right? If we have ambassadors in the mix, etc.
So Malinov raises from the cutoff. Mercier with 8-4 of spades in the small blind, and most of his stack's already out. He's got 175K behind.
His stack is a small blind.
So he is officially all in.
I take it.
And at least he's got live cards.
He is living.
Fair fight.
For now.
Flippy, flippy.
Feel like how spades are running in 2024. Spades are running good in 2024.
I think so. Spades are making more flushes, right? Like
then diamonds for sure.
Spades are always good.
Should win a little bit of side pot.
Like he will count. She didn't count yet, I think.
Okay.
Because like she probably wants to run.
Okay.
Yeah.
Running good for now.
Oh, that's good for you.
The flop is Jack, Deuce,
Yeah,
Deuce.
this is tough. Spade first.
Yeah.
Spade first.
Pretty
spade,
much
spade,
lights
spade.
out.
Yeah.
No spade. No spade. No.
Okay, deuce for a chop. Deuce for a chop.
Yeah,
and
deuce.
You want him to double?
Yeah. It's not so bad. Yeah.
Spade, please. All right, guys.
That will do it
GG, Remy.
for Remy Mercier. Drawing dead on the turn and 6th place finisher in this France Poker Series main event here in Monte Carlo. His best ever live result,
Full house push.
61,520 euros.
I love you, Ma. I Mercier every day.
Yeah, sick run there for Remy. GG's, buddy.
And more chips for Atanas Malinov, 24.3 million, 60 bigs at the new blind level. And with Mercier out, Gabby Lifshitz now becomes the shortest stack with 11 big blinds.
5.
Just below 5. Yeah, I have like, that's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just around 5, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You know. Just around 5.
If you're being sarcastic with Nick Walsh in the chat, stop it. You're banned.
On to the next one, guys. 5 remain. Absolutely massive score here in MC.
And obviously, the entire table is going to be conscious of the fact that Lifshitz is a short stack right now. And there's ladder potential, especially when that ladder is more than 20K, and it's going to guarantee you more than 100 grand.
Yep.
It's a big mental hurdle, that's
Correct.
6 figures.
It is. It is. And, you know, 100 buy-ins in any tournament is just outrageous in the first place. You know, in order to get these kinds of payouts, the field has to be so big, and it just has to be a proper poker tournament like we see here in Monaco. And in many places in the world, there's just not even enough facility to house that many players. So it's real special.
Like yesterday, you got king.
LA raising small to big with ace-jack suited.
Not this way. Fold.
Not this way.
I like Gambini. He's got style.
Sick rail, bro.
Nice hint.
Epic rail.
And the crowd goes crazy.
Yeah, epic rail.
Ça, c'est cringe. J'aime ça.
I love he
Is
arrived
that like a
and
song
said,
from Quebec?
"Where's the FT for the 1K?"
Yeah.
It's on the stage, bro.
Elkanuts says, can we have some Chicago references for live shits, or did we use all of them in 2019? Yeah, I'm not going to do that bit again. I'll save it for when he gets knocked out.
Like the band?
He had
the
it
musical.
coming.
He had it coming.
He had it coming. He only had himself to blame.
What world is this where everyone knows musicals but me?
Not every musical. I mean, Chicago is one of the biggest stage shows of the last 3 decades and was turned into an Oscar-winning film.
It's also one of the most bearable of all
I
musicals.
saw the movie. I liked it.
Which is mostly unbearable.
It's a good musical.
It is a great musical.
Interestingly, when it first opened in the 1970s, directed by Bob Fosse, it didn't really do that well.
Oh,
It was kind of
really?
forgotten about for 20 years. It was the 90s revival that really made it as a stage show.
Somebody put that movie on the other day, and I was shocked at how many of the words I knew.
Yeah. Some great songs.
I blame my mom. I blame my mom's influence.
Score by Kander and Ebb, who also did Cabaret and Martin Scorsese's movie New York, New York. The theme song, originally sung by Liza Minnelli, then became, of course, a huge hit for Frank Sinatra.
It's another one of those. Got to defend.
Ace, King, Deuce. Queen high, still ahead.
Got called.
And one big blind.
Someone will do it eventually.
Somebody will do it eventually. They'll prove me. If I keep saying it, somebody will prove me right. Oh. Looks like 400K. He's finally done it. There you go. Prediction confirmed.
No worries. I only defended because now I seen a showdown, and I know you don't you play not only aces. Like
Yeah,
that's
some full house also.
I had some outs versus like Jack 3 this time. This is why I
Big
defended.
ace.
I was alive versus Jack 3.
Got a troll in Twitch chat that says, wrong. Chicago is one of the weakest. Film wasn't good. Gear can't dance.
I'll be honest with you, I have mixed feelings about the film adaptation. I do think the stage show is brilliant.
I've never seen the stage show.
I don't know. I think he's crazy. I thought the movie was great.
I saw the movie in an era where I didn't like musicals on principle, and I did like the movie. So
800?
900.
Boom Shakalaka says, even a broken Nick is right twice a day. Not right. It's just not right.
A prediction.
A prediction indeed, and also you banned.
I liked Catherine Zeta-Jones. Thought she was good in it.
Yeah, that's what you thought.
Another gun raise from Virgil Tershi, flattered by Gambini on the button. Livshit's folding Jack 10 suited in the small blind. Chip leader Atanas Malinov in the big blind.
Might have been an opportunity for a little cheeky 3-bet from Gambini here, but I think playing it cool is totally fine. Playing short-handed now, guys. 5-handed king-queen is kind of a monster. Fair fight, pre-flop.
Queen 9-8 with 2 clubs. This is all Gambini. I guess gut shot for Tershi. And no continuation bet. Checks to Gambini.
I think you're fine just to bet here, guys. I'd be very surprised if Turchi missed a bet with Jack 10 or a better queen or a set of 8s or a set of 9s, all of which are going to be in that range here, 5-handed. Just bet. Make your life simple. No problem at all. There's no reason to be sneaky here. You still might get some action from like jacks and 10s as well, which is great because those are definitely combos Turkey's going to play.
I was thinking about flatting Jack 10 of clubs.
Oh,
oh, that's right. Yeah, Lifshitz did fold Jack 10 of clubs.
In the window, I was like,
Okay, thank you.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I like telling people what I folded. I'm that guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance that calling Jack 10 suited there would have been good off of the 8 big blinds, whatever he had, but still a glorious flop.
Not unless you have a zombie card to play.
Yeah. Play the zombie card.
Guillaume Nollet first to act. King Jack. $800,000. Reminder, we're at the 200K, 400K blind level. Gambini folding King Deuce in the cutoff. Lifshitz folds the button. Queen 4 for Malinov is out from the small blind, and it's Virgil Tershi in the big blind with the Spraggy, A7 offsuit.
And that is how you play the Spraggy.
You don't.
No.
I'm with Tershi, by the way. I auto fold this hand every time now.
Yeah.
I've seen so much bad come of playing A7 offsuit.
Yeah. I mean, look, from a strategy perspective as well, you might be going, oh, yeah, 5-handed, you got to defend any ace there. No. Gabby Lifshitz, 8 big blinds effective. Why you want to go to town with that combo when you're just looking to flop 2 pair plus to be at all happy with the scenario, and obviously cold decks abound.
5 racks, Sophia.
Just get out of the way.
Yeah.
Wait for Lifshitz to make a mistake. Secure the 6-figure score.
5.
And then proceed from there.
Ah, yeah.
We referenced earlier on that Benjamin Sprague got a little bit carried away in the Bahamas a few years ago, fired 5 bullets in a 100K. 3 of them he busted with A7 offsuit. So Malinov should know better. Don't do it. This works out for him. He will be very lucky indeed.
It's really hard to lose with top trips and bottom trips in the same super high roller.
Guillaume Nollet with ace deuce of diamonds.
Nollet.
So right now it is a domination situation. And somehow A7 is still ahead. However, near enough 2 times out of 3, this will end in a chop if it goes to showdown.
You forgot one thing though, James. 1 big blind on the flop. Prediction activated.
So tell me why my rationale is wrong here. See, yeah, I wouldn't bet 1 big blind on the flop here too, but only because I'm bad. And the reason I know I'm bad is because I go, well, this just doesn't look like I have anything. Won't they know you don't have anything if you bet 1 big blind?
No, because you do it when you have something too. Don't
Yeah, but I never have anything, Nick. I'm telling you, you can't be balanced if you never have it.
No, I think the check is also totally cool. Obviously, guys, the whole post flop tree changes as soon as ICM is in play anyway, guys, because you just don't want to be getting too outrageous with the C bets because those chips are so valuable in your stack where they are. Great turn though, easy to bet. If you're gonna miss the flop, you gotta size up on the turn a little bit here though. Perfect size, yeah. 1.5 is great.
I mean, typically, if your bet sizing is only off by one big blind, that's not really that bad. So if you check when you're supposed to bet one big blind, that's not that bad.
I'll take that a 50% prediction. I'll accept it.
Malanov's delayed continuation bet is 1.5 million. Both players with top pair, and right now this will end in a chop if it goes to showdown.
What? No, Ace-7's a way better hand. This game's so dumb sometimes.
Joe's ongoing campaign to make all 7 cards count.
No, it's the best hand should always win.
The Spraggy is never the best hand.
I thought you never had the best hand, Joe.
Wow. No late folds, having paired his ace on the turn.
Nobody loves it.
That was surprising.
And that is going to see Malinov chip up to over 26 million, 65 big blinds. So a short while ago, we lost Remy Mercier in 6th place. And we caught up with Remy on the rail.
It was quite nice, actually, because it's not my first TV table. I made some in South Africa, for example, but like a big one like that, it's first time for me. So it's as well my best performance ever, so I'm quite happy, even if 5th, 6th.
Who do you see, or who would you like to see at that table go on to win it today?
I'm French, so obviously I want the French guy to win, because he's a very cool guy as well. But yeah, probably the Bulgarian guy is in the best position because he has all the chips and he's as well very, very good. So, yeah.
Nice. Final question. Do you plan to play any more poker while you're here? Are you going to play any other?
Yeah. I'm going to play the main event probably tomorrow. I'm going to play the 3K Mystery and then that's it. But I wasn't supposed to come here at first. And a friend of mine, like 4 days ago, told me, yeah, I take the plane, come with me and just play an EPT with me. It wasn't the plan at all. I was going to go to San Remo next week. So I said, okay, and then I'm here. So very happy to have made the trip.
I always hear these people talking about South Africa. South is a direction, not a country.
I kind of get where he's coming from. He's not atypical in saying that he wants the other French guy to win. And I almost think it's quite cute that there are some poker-playing countries where they genuinely do get behind their fellow countrymen. I have absolutely no loyalty towards anyone else who's of the same nationality as me.
Well, Irish.
Or English. I have dual nationality. I don't care.
I think that I probably, if I were in this situation, and there was one other American guy at the table, I think I would be like, yeah, I'm rooting for the American guy. Unless like one of my actual friends was there. I'm not rooting for the country of America.
No, but there's a lot of American poker players you don't want to win, right? Because a lot of them are, you know.
No, I don't know.
You got to anti-roll your friends on the final, right? You bust the final. And you go, who do you want to win? Anybody apart from my friend over there.
Yeah, right. Depends who they voted for.
So picking up the action here, Malinov was the pre-flop aggressor. Gambini defended his big blind. Gambini check-called the flop for 700,000.
Huh?
Gambini is not winning the hand.
Ouais, c'est ça, je me disais, là, je me disais que j'avais des meilleurs. Mais. Non, c'est sûr.
I gotta go back to this for a second. James, let's say you're like in Latvia and you're playing in a Eureka main event.
Right.
And you go broke, and Toby Lewis is at the table, and there's 4 other people you never heard of before. You wouldn't be like, I'm rooting for Toby Lewis.
But the example there, no, I'm saying the example there would be, I know Toby Lewis, and obviously therefore yes, but it's not because he's English, it's because I know Toby Lewis, he's a good player, and he deserves the win. I'm saying I wouldn't my auto answer would not be based on nationality. If over the course of the last few days I had a few good conversations and maybe a couple of beers with Gabby Lifshitz, I may say I want Gabby to win.
Well, look who you probably would have had the best conversation with, the person who speaks your language.
I like this guy.
Another sick rail.
Marco Gambini.
Gambini's my boy.
Gambini looks like Adam Driver playing Enzo Ferrari in the movie Ferrari.
Yes, he does.
I have 2.4 behind.
With big blind?
Behind.
Yeah, Lifshit's now really short. He has 8 big blinds, which means 25% of his stack is at play here, having posted the big blind and the big blind ante.
I like that he announced it to the table like, I really want action, guys. Just FYI, just before anyone misreads my stack, I really don't have much, so please give me a spin.
2.4 behind. Ah, you're trolling. Nice. I like it.
Action folds to Nole here, 10-9 suiting. It's the Grafton. Mandatory VPIP, I'm afraid.
Pretty sure that Nole 20 has played a fair few hands against Sam Squid online.
Which is good. The Canadian play active against you if Jack 7 suited.
Round 2, Lifshitz, who has 4 deuce offsuit. Annoying.
Yeah, it's a sad story. You just give him something to give him a spin. There's nothing worse, James, than just feeling like you're getting blinded out and you just got nothing to gamble with. In many ways, it's sadder than just taking a bad beat or something, you know what I mean? You just like, feel so powerless.
It's the sizing. It's the size. Pro size. I had to fold.
What was the size?
6 million. He just rip it.
I just rip it. I know he's...
Both move. Yeah, I can't call. Like, ICM.
I got an ace anyway.
He can't call too, so...
Yeah. A lot of ICM pressure.
Lifshitz now in the small blind.
What is this M they're always seeing?
Okay, let's see. Maybe this is the one.
So it's a set.
Fold to Lifshitz in the small blind.
Set big blind and big.
King 6.
0.9 kicks to stamp whatever, a milieu ou ça.
This is good enough. This is the one. This is the hand. You're all in. There it is.
So shoves, small to big, chip leader, Atanas Malinov.
Good luck, all-in player.
As the Spraggy.
I can show him, right?
Definitely a call.
No, I don't fold.
No.
Ah, oh.
Because it's on camera. It's okay. Don't.
Yeah.
3 call.
I just saw the ace
yeah.
first, and yeah.
That's enough.
A bit slow to go.
You don't have to explain yourself.
With bad intention.
You're good, bro.
It's a fair question, Thomas. James, do you fold here? No, but I do think carefully about it.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah.
But he has to go along with it.
And I know, in my heart of hearts, I'm probably doubling up Lifshitz here, but I still make the call with the Spraggy.
Unless he's on a TV table, then he has to stick to his word and be like, yeah, I had to do it for the cameras.
Well, there's the king.
That's a good flop for me.
That is.
Let's make it a club, though. For max sweat. Jack of clubs, yeah. Jack of clubs, yeah.
Why do that?
No, Jack of clubs. Don't be greedy.
Turn card is another king, and that has Malinov drawing dead on the turn. A7 offsuit doesn't win. Who would have thought it? Lifshitz doubles up.
Lives to shits another day.
Chip leader, guys.
Not quite. But I have to say, there's not a lot separating Lifshitz and Tershi now, Nick. 13 big blinds for Lifshitz, 16 for Tershi.
We can chop equal ACM. This is the last time I will offer.
Table dynamic has definitely shifted massively now. A lot less pressure for Lifshitz to get the chips in the middle. A little bit more pressure on the middling stacks. And 13 big blinds now for Gabby. What a fantastic spot to win your all-in, huh? Definitely with a stack you can wield at this stage. Not too much in it, guys. 13 bigs for Gabby. Turchi 16, Nole 29, Gambini 30. So really just Malinov is the one that feels super comfortable. And even then, one double up for Gambini, which is only 30 big blinds, would see him take the lead here. Hand number 17 underway now.
Pocket fives for Gambini. Raises in the cutoff to 900,000. Aces for Lifshitz.
Wow, what a wake up here. Just 13 big blinds behind. We were just talking about this, James, and it's definitely going to be an all-in as the shorty here. Pocket fives. Sorry, what am I talking about? Pocket aces, of course, going to be 3-betting. But a 3-bet not all-in is the point that I'm trying to make is a 3-bet not all-in here is too sneaky, James. I think it looks too obvious off of this stack.
Yeah.
Because there's just not really any combos you're going to do it with unless they are omega strong. Lobster asking if you can just call here. I also think a flat is ridiculously unbalanced, but you know, again, there's no reason why that can't work. I think flatting certainly wouldn't be a massive mistake. The only thing you could do here to make a mistake with aces would be to fold.
Fold, or maybe, I don't know, announce your hand.
Or table your hand prematurely. Okay,
Yes.
okay. There's more than one mistake.
Right.
I take it back. Sorry.
Okay, so the option that Lifshitz has decided is the re-raise, but not the re-raise all-in. This smells incredibly strong.
Doesn't matter.
Oh my days.
Does not matter.
Malinov with ace-king. I was going to say, from Gambini's perspective, it's a fold. But from Malinov's perspective, you got to go with this.
Oh my gosh, wait. The super meta fold from ace-king when Lifshitz 3-bets off of a 13 big blind stack. That would be the dream here. That would be TV.
You know, I did say doesn't matter a couple of times, but I think you're right, Nick. I think that you can sometimes go, what in the world? What am I doing well against here? Even
and yeah,
with ace-king.
He's like, am I seeing this right? How much did this guy start with? Oh, please do it, Malinov. Just be a genius. Punish the unbalanced play from Lifshitz, please.
All win?
Yeah, that's pretty understandable as well, of course.
Didn't matter.
Super premium, doesn't matter.
So we're going to see folds from Turchi and Gambini, the snap call from Lifshitz. And looks like he's going to double up again.
Oh, 5.
Aces.
And if Lifshitz survives here, if aces hold, that will mean Turchi becomes the short stack at the table. 10-6 deuce. So far, so good. Malinov with just 2% equity. This could be over on the turn. It is. So Lifshitz doubles up 2 hands in a row and is very much back in contention.
Wild. What a ride.
What a run.
Gabby Lifshitz actually now second in chips with 30 big blinds.
And took chonks out of the chip leader.
Malinov now playing 52 big blinds. And yes, Virgil Turchi now the shortest stack at this 5-handed final table with 15 big blinds.
Nice little run here on the FT. Beautiful spot for the aces there. Nice hand to Gabby. Unlucky to Atanas.
And you'll see here, they've got 3 players all bunched up around the 12 million mark. Lifshitz, Nole, Gambini, and then you've got the chip leader and the short stack as the bread of that sandwich. Nick, I know you're across this.
A crust.
We do not have commentary today from our usual Spanish commentator Willow, because he is playing
8-9 now?
an EPT main event for the first time ever.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or should be playing an EPT main event for the first time ever. Can you explain why Willow is not in his seat right now?
I think you're going to have to explain it. I'm afraid I'm not following.
I think is he arrested?
Is it to do with the? Okay, am I allowed to discuss this, or is this a police matter now?
It seems that Willow is having a conversation with the authorities about flying a drone in Monte Carlo without permission.
I didn't actually read the response there, James. I'm sorry. I saw the picture, but I thought they were joking.
I mean, they had to mobilize the entire Monegasque Air Force.
They've been talking to them for 90 minutes, huh? Okay, interesting. Yes, but also the highlight there being he did qualify for the main event and will be playing. I'm very, very pleased for him and would love to see him go in deep. Puts in so many hours behind the mic, as all of our commentators do. And yeah, it would be great for him to have a deep run so we can do some comms on him for a change.
Yeah, now it's just a day off, though. Can you imagine if I finally convinced the powers that be to let me play a main and then I didn't do it because I was like in trouble with the law? That would go over great. Oh, sorry, I didn't make it. Yeah, no. I wasn't in the tournament either. I was, you know, in the back of a cop car.
Pas le meilleur début, mais...
Nolay, middle of the pack right now, 29 big blinds in the small blinds. That's 30 before he puts in his 1 for the SB.
Did Willow get in via power path, by the way? Well, he should have. Aha, it was a gold pass.
Nolay raising small to big. Ace Queen and Gambini folds the tray deuce.
Does a gold pass come with bail money?
I mean, it comes with expenses, and I guess you can probably put those expenses towards anything.
Does it come with diplomatic immunity?
Yeah.
I think he's going to be looking at a fine rather than jail time.
Very difficult. Off, not sweet to that.
Better than last time.
Small bounces.
"23 minutes left on this level. Action folded around to Nolay on the button. 10-4 of spades.
Nolay is not feeling hot.
New world. It's a new world. Only the TV will know what I had there. I will not.
We're checking on some of the players competing on day 1A of the main event here in Monte Carlo. Barney Boatman, the most recent EPT winner, and now a member of Team Pro. Peter Jorgner was at the final table alongside Barney, was at the final table in Paris the previous year as well.
He is the only one that can make that shirt work.
Maria Konnikova is at Peter Jorgner's table. There is an EPT champion, Tom Middleton, who cashed in Paris, which, hashtag fun fact, was his first EPT cash since winning Barcelona in 2013. And there is the man we can all thank for being here today, the creator of the European Poker Tour, John Duthie. His last EPT cash was in 2011 in San Remo.
Wow. A decade? More than?
So Tourney has opened under the gun with Queen Jack. And it's raise and take it.
You know, from what we could see, Gabby seemed pretty short all day yesterday. So
Yeah.
for him to have held on that long and then doubled up twice, kind of a fairy tale.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely where you want to run good. So much money up top. 303 buy-ins. It's a whole lot of buy-ins.
You know, you can do other stuff with money besides play more poker tournaments.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know. It's a crazy concept for people like you. Just looking at the cashes in terms, I look at it in terms of, you know, vacations and houses, and you're like, nah, man, that's buy-ins.
You mean like buying Jaeger bombs at a poker table?
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause I actually do that too. Here it comes, the choo-choo train.
It's over.
We got fairly standard blind v blind stuff.
Sorry?
How smug does Malinov look when we took his picture for the graphics yesterday?
I think he's winking.
That's a good question. About 21, I think.
21?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Please.
It's 21 and something. And you have now?
12 something.
Yeah. I will praise it like something here. It's 5.
No, I said 12 something. I didn't.
12 something.
Not just something.
12 something is good.
Raise 800.
Malinov has raised the button with King 9. Tourney, who has 15 bigs here. Pocket 4s in the small.
It's got to be a shove, guys. It's got to be. Yeah, boy. Prediction confirmed.
It's 6, 5, 6. Yeah. That would have been sick.
He did that yesterday too. He did that yesterday.
Really?
About the phone, and then he asked for a count.
This is like. Yeah, maybe you change your mind on the way to the mark. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I try my luck in the unexpected ways.
The EPT final table that Gabby was at back in 2019, that was when Nikolai Pabal won, right? Becoming the second two-time EPT champion.
Yeah, and I guess if you're going to not win that one, it's good to have it be momentous for a different reason.
Of course, here in Monte-Carlo last year, we saw the third two-time live champion. Mike Watson won the PCA when it was part of the European Poker Tour in 2016 and took down Monte-Carlo last year. In no small part, utilizing Maria Ho's chips.
Right, I forgot about that running storyline. So mad she didn't show up this year.
Still salty about it.
So this has been funny, guys. Almost 4 orbits in a row. When it's folded around to Nole, he's put in a raise. But he's actually had a hand every single time, right? He's putting raises into Gambini here with very reasonable holdings. And Gambini commented a few rounds ago.
He said, hey, buddy, leave me alone.
Keeping it snug, though. I like it.
There
you go. You see?
Gambini and Tershi pretty much tied for last place right now.
We'll see on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see that I'm an honest man.
I have some doubts.
I mean, honesty is overrated.
Very honest.
Both Gambini and Tershi hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
Not at the poker table. He just thinks you're a bad person.
Level of honesty. Playing poker.
No, I know you're tight. I just meant.
No, I saw you steal a banana from a snack bar.
It's justifiable here, Joe.
Worth highlighting that even though Maria can't be with us in Monte Carlo this year, she will be joining us live via satellite. Maybe tonight, if this final table goes the distance, but certainly in the coming days when we bring you coverage of the EPT main event.
Do we have like a dedicated PokerStars satellite?
Find the amount.
Yeah, you can find them in the lobby. 50-cent power pass.
Domination.
On arrive à
Your favorite
main
hand?
bientôt.
Yeah, Jack, very good. Every Jack, very good.
Your favorite hand?
I hit like day 2, I had 3 times set of Jacks in like 1 hour. But one time the other guy had set of aces, but still.
Still felt good, like until the showdown.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am not a great multitasker, so I'm not going to play
One of the
online
last hands
poker.
of day 1, I hit a set of queens, and the other guy called with king jack. It was close to the bubble, but then realized I didn't have a set of queens. I had 8 high.
What?
I remember this situation.
How do you have 8 high and
That
not?
was a bold move.
That was a bold.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to play online whilst also trying to call the action at this final table, but I do have a lot of Power Path tickets to use right now. I've got one 50-cent spin and go ticket to use. 1, 2, 3, 4 $1.50 step 2 tickets.
Can you change a game, please?
$1 step
Double
2
down.
ticket and an $11 step 2 ticket to use. And Nick's got 175 Power Path tickets still to use.
Those are rookie numbers, James. You got to pump those numbers up, buddy.
As someone who cannot play on PokerStars for real money, I'll just chime in by saying, in Spider-Man 2, I have over 71 skill points that I haven't used yet.
Okay.
Because I don't know which decision tree I really want to go down.
Now the real rail came.
Got to get the spawn ones, right? Those are supposed to be the good ones.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, like a spawn smash
Are
or
you
something
single?
like that.
Yeah.
Should we ask if they are?
Or symbiote smash or something.
All no?
Symbiote, yeah.
All no. Okay, unlucky.
To keep my mind, you know. on-
If you give me some chips, I will introduce you.
Seems fair.
Oh, but that was not the. It was more the question of why. I mean, I'm curious where you're.
Ace-9 for left shits on the button.
9.
To raise 900.
19 BBs. 19 BBs.
I need to know, those 175 tickets, are these like just 50-cent tickets? Are these $11 tickets? Are these $109 tickets that are just sat there?
The world will never know. No, they're mostly 50-cent tickets.
Right.
Yeah, what was I saying spawn for? I meant.
Well, spawn looks like
Yeah.
the symbiote, so I think you're just confusing alien.
I was confusing spawn and venom. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing.
As soon as I win a ticket, I use it. It's unusual for me to have any in the bank.
And back to easy decisions.
Easy decision's a good decision. So ace-jack for Malinov on the button. That's an easy decision. I raise. Tourney in the small blind with queen 10.
No lay, no lay, no lay, no lay.
Queen 7, the computer hand.
Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep.
Do you remember the ranking of the sevens, Nick? Queen 7 being the computer, Jack 7 the calculator, 10-7 the abacus.
Okay. There you have it. I'm not sure if I even know how to use an abacus.
I don't think most people do.
Just you defend, feels good. Nice combo to have here in the big blind as a defend for the small raise.
8 tray deuce. Neither player connects. So ace high, the best hand.
Hassan, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Later.
Malinov continuing. And a quick fold from Nole. So 28 hands played so far at this final table, just the one elimination. Remy Mercier KO'd in 6th place and cashing for a career best score of just over 60,000 euros. Next player out gets close to 80k, more than 100k if you can ladder up to 4th. The shortest stack right now is Virgil Tershi. He has 17 bigs at the current blind level. Blinds will be up when we hit the break in 9 minutes' time. Jimmy on YouTube has a hashtag fun fact, online poker is banned in Australia. That is a fact. I'm not sure it's fun, particularly for people in Australia.
It's not fun for us either.
Not fun for anyone.
It's no good. More poker is better.
It's weird that online poker is banned in Australia. Wolf spiders are legal.
Australia, where nature is designed to kill you.
Online poker, no, that's dangerous, guys. we're not having any of that.
There's like 16 varieties of deadly snake in your backyard, but no, we can't.
800. 800.
Cool.
Malinov's cut-off raise, flattered by Gambini in the big blind, and 2 pair for Gambini.
Let the big blind special shine a light on me.
I feel like we probably do see a c-bet quite often here for Malinov. Undecided on the sizing here. I think 1 big blind is probably fine again, but we have seen him some alternative sizings, which I also appreciate. There you go, 700k to go. Gambini strikes me as the kind of guy that just raises right here, right now. He's kind of a no-nonsense, straightforward kind of guy, and I think that's a good way to play your hand. Well, not playing it cool. Flat's also fine. Prediction failed.
Beep bop boop bop beep.
900.
Jack doesn't change.
What?
any.
Say bad.
Doesn't change much, but I think Malinov still fires the turn here quite often. Definitely can get some 5x to fold, definitely some 3x to fold, maybe some diamonds if you size it correctly as well. Really, I think either way is totally cool for Malinov, but I think the Jack of Hearts is usually a good card to barrel. Slows it down, it's dead. Also fine.
What about, as Tebla asks, all red? Is that anything?
When you say that, all I can think of is always blue.
Always blue, but you know what? All red is also from something. Do you know what it's from?
No.
James, you must know what all red is from.
Ocean's 11.
Yes.
Very good.
Do you remember who says it?
Yes. Oh, is it? Not Topher Grace, is
It
it?
is Topher Grace that says all red.
It's hard to count with the...
That's right, Mando. Some celebrity playing themselves.
Like
Topher
12-ish?
Grace. Playing Topher Grace.
That's fine.
Now, these are good hashtag fun facts, Joseph.
Online, it's easier.
On what?
Told you it'd be a fine.
Whoa,
It's less than 12.
100 euros.
Less than 12.
At least Willow can now take his seat in the EPT main. And look, what's he missed? A level and a half?
Yeah, could be worse. He wasn't on the final table of a hyper or something.
And it's not like your chips are in play, so you start with a full stack at the second blind level.
Right.
He's good. He's good.
Can't believe the fine is less than the cost of one room service.
Top pair here for Lipschitz. Bottom pair for Gambini.
The 100 euro fine in Monte-Carlo is the equivalent of like a $5 fine anywhere else in the world.
Two big 600.
Easy money. Picking it up. Live shit still second in chips with 30 bigs now.
Good one, Gabby.
Three minutes to the end of the session.
Definitely fewer eliminations than I would have guessed.
Yeah. I would have said we would have seen 2 eliminations
Two.
during the first
Yeah, I would have gone with
90
2.
minutes. Well, we're still a couple of hands to play.
900.
Snowmans. Num num.
So Turchi is the short stack with 17 big blinds, but I don't know if that's short enough to make Lipschitz want to just ship here. I think 8s does really well as an all-in. Gambini's only got about 25-ish bigs total after putting in that raise, closer to 26 in fact. Yeah, playing it slow I think is totally cool here as well. Pocket 8s, plenty of playability. Just turning down that variance a little bit seems fine.
King Deuce of Diamonds for Malinov in the big blind, who's now getting a pretty attractive price.
You could also put in a really sexy squeeze here as well, James.
A sexy squeeze?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he knows that Gambini's probably going to slightly overfold if he wants to try and make the move. Lifshitz, you know, probably will have to give up as well if he puts in the right raise. But I think defending is also totally cool. As long as you're not folding, it's all Gucci. Look at the flop.
Oh, Lord.
10-10 tray with 2 diamonds. Lifshit's not hating this. Fair enough board for 8, which is the best hand right now. However, Malinov with that flush draw. Okay, the 6 of clubs on the turn after everyone checked the flop. Gives Lifshit 64% equity.
Yeah, I think you got to start betting now. It doesn't have to be big, but you want to start weeding out hands that have some equity that probably just want to give up turn. 3.1 million in the middle. Maybe just throw out like $1 million and a bit. Okay, never mind, slows it down. Opportunity for Malinov to semi-bluff the diamonds. Checks as well.
And Gambini checks as well. 4 of diamonds, that is the flush for Malinov.
Is this the part where Lifshit's blocker bets, Malinov raises?
This will be the last hand of this session, by the way. And Lifshitz decides to bet the river. 2.5 million.
Players in the high roller once play is finished, you know, with 25-minute break. 25-minute break in the qualifier.
Paired board, Nick, but from Malinov's perspective, should he be raising here?
Yeah, it's a big question mark, James. I think the fact that he used 2.5 is a little bit scary because he's put in enough where you're getting a good value from your diamonds regardless. But if he has pocket 4s or pocket 6s, you're going to hate life. I think we might see Malinov flatting here a lot of the time just for that, just because of the paired board. And he can have a lot of these disguised hands, absolutely.
Is it maybe too tempting that you can get paid off by a 10 still if you raise?
It's definitely tempting, absolutely. And I don't think raising is the craziest thing ever. It really just depends on your interpretation of Lifshit's play. Do you think that he would have played a 10 differently? Probably best of turn, right? But, you know, pocket 6s, pocket 4s, and all that stuff are definitely a big worry here.
So it's a flat from Malinov, a fold from Gambini. The hand goes to showdown, and Malinov maintains his chip lead. Does not have the advantage he once had, but is getting back near enough. 25 million at the end of that level. 63 big blinds, will be 50 bigs at the new level, because action will continue at the 250k, 500k blind level with a 500k big blind ante. So one elimination so far, 5 players remaining. Malinov is the chip leader. Lifshitz after that hand has dropped down to 4th place and now has fewer than 20 big blinds. Similar size stack for Gambini. Nole hovering around 22. Tershi the shorty with 14 bigs. So we've got one player in the danger zone. Danger zone! 3 pretty shortish stacks and a decent chip leader as the action continues here in Monte Carlo with the final table of the FPS main event.
It didn't surprise me, Barney, that your win was so well received by the poker community on both sides of the Atlantic, all around the world. You must have received so many messages in the last, 72 hours, 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice indication of how many people I owe money to. It's lovely. It really is. I mean, to the point where it's embarrassing, but it's really nice, and it's gone mainstream. It's gone into the tabloids as well, which is weird. Yeah. They're all doing this kind of old man does a thing kind of angle on it. And a friend of mine who lives in in Austria sent me a copy of a headline in the Bild, their tabloid paper in Germany, which said oldest poker champion ever. Which, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind so much, but they used a 20-year-old photo with that, and obviously the editor was fine with that. Oh yeah, that looks like the oldest man ever. Yeah, that was
They're like, boy, he looks terrible, and you're like, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and that's the thing that obviously with friends and people who know me, it's about other stuff. But the thing that seems to make it such a big story is, how amazing that an old fella can do that. I mean, for me, I'm amazed when young people are so great, which they are, and they seem to be born knowing everything. And in fact, I mean, seriously, my favorite, the biggest poker tournament moment for me, up there with the moneymaker moment, and in some ways even more impressive, was Annette Obrestad winning the World Series Europe main event when she was 18 or something. Yeah,
correct.
And an 18-year-old woman with every, I mean, women were hardly playing then, and with all the things she had to handle, and that was extraordinary. In my case, I mean, I keep showing up. Sooner or later, I've got to. It's just the law of averages, isn't it?
I get the headline, the oldest EPT champion, but I do think there's another reason why the news has gone mainstream in the UK. If we go back 20 years, when poker had a much bigger fan base, right? The height of the poker boom, when it was on TV every single night, when it was the big trend of the moment, you were one of the biggest names in the game. So there's going to be a lot of people who haven't followed poker for many, many years and go, oh my God, I remember Barney Boatman. He's still playing. He's won more than $1 million. That's a story.
It's true. It's like if Eric Bristow showed up and won the darts or something. Wouldn't it? I mean, it's like, I guess, or whatever. I mean, there's probably even better ones than that. But like, yeah, no, it is. I mean, I can see that. I mean, and obviously, you've got to have a backstory these days, haven't you? It's like Strictly or anything. You don't stand a chance if you haven't got a backstory. And I guess I've got a few of those. And listen, it's lovely. The response. It feels real. It feels getting a lot of love from all over the place, and I do have a lot of friends that I've made over the years playing, and other friends too, and so it really, really makes it even more special, a lot more special.
What about non-friends coming out of the woodwork to congratulate you / hit you up for money? Has there been any of that thus far?
Hitting up for money, not yet. But I mean, there's people that, I was barely aware that they knew who I was, who've been very kindly saying very nice things about me. And that's lovely. Vanessa Selps tweeted something very nice about me. And, she's like someone I really look up to as a poker player when she played, and as a person, so it was really nice. Things like that, it's all a bonus. And I was listening back to some of the commentary, and Maria Ho was saying really nice things about me. And I'll tell you what, actually, I mean, I think if I could just play and televise poker events and have Maria Ho talk through my hands and what I'm doing, it would be like having the best coach in the world. I found out all sorts of things about why I was doing what I was doing.
Isn't that great? As it turns out, where you had a reason, you just didn't know it?
Yeah, no, of course, I kind of know. I mean, mind you, I was watching a bit of day 5 just now. On day 5, I hadn't slept at all the night before on the back of several not very good nights' sleep. And I went there chip leader, and I just said to myself, you've got to stay in your box a little bit because, don't give yourself too many hard decisions because you're absolutely knackered. I don't know if that's what I ended up doing because it doesn't sound like me, but it was a struggle at times, and I could see looking at it. I could see I couldn't even keep my head up, So how I got through that day, I think I didn't have too many really tough decisions in big pots.
Well, speaking of tough decisions, it seems like outwardly you said a few times you kind of make it seem like you don't mind embarrassing yourself on a live stream, that you're going to do the thing that you think that you should do. And if it's right, great. And if not, hey, it's another wrong decision in another tournament. How much do you consider what it's going to look like while you're playing versus not really caring? Do you not care as much as you seem to?
Neither of the above. I don't play according to what it looks like, but I do care what it looks like.
Got it.
I mean, obviously, we're all human. We don't want people to think we're stupid and whatever. But when I'm making decisions, and particularly in big pots, I'm making. I mean, I tell you what, there was a hand in the last really major final that I was in, like $1 million first prize plus track final, which was the year before last, the World Series of Europe main event. And I got in a hand with Sean Deeb. And like up until that point, I just hadn't had cards, and I've been re-raising with nothing and chipping up the way that I tend to do. And now I got aces, and I raised, and he called out on the button, he called, and it came Queen Jack 4 or something like that. There may have been 2 of the suit. And I led out small, and he raised, and I started the hand with the 50 big blind stack. And 99 times out of 100 in this hand, I call. I just take a flop. That's I under-rep my hand. I wait to see what happens. But like, I watched him. He kind of outplayed me in a way, but what he did. I mean, because I watched him, and I was convinced he wasn't that strong from watching him. And when he raised me back, I thought, I don't know what he's got. He could have a one pair hand. He could be looking for a straight. He's in position. Almost anything that comes that isn't, even if an ace comes, it could make him a straight. I think I'm ahead. This is, there's enough chips in there. I'm just going to end this now. And I moved all in, and he snapped me off with Queen Jack, the top 2. And I've been playing that hand over in my head for a year and a half. Thinking that's never how you play that hand. Why did you do it? Why? And it's not so much what do other people think, it's what do I think of myself for doing it. And it's only really with having won this that I can kind of relax about that one, because you don't get that many chances in those kind of tournaments. So I do, I care massively, but more from the point of view of not having done it right.
Were there any situations in this tournament where you deviated from what your brain was telling you to do, or did you completely listen to yourself and play your game this time around?
I can't think of an occasion where I was conflicted in that kind of way. I mean, obviously the big hand that was, the major one against that guy Eric on the end of day 4, where he tried to bluff me and I finished off calling him down with top pair. That gave me something to think about.
Mm-hmm.
I was well over 50% sure that I was right, but obviously it's still a huge decision.
Not an easy call.
It wasn't an easy call. Probably couldn't have made it against quite a few other players. But yeah, it was definitely, it was never not a call. I knew I was making the call, but I stopped for a few, for 10, 15 seconds just to think, what are the implications of being wrong here? And that the implications were clear. I was out.
Sure.
I mean, I kind of felt that the fact that it was such a big spot. He went on about how could you call when it's the tournament like when it's at the end, nearly the end of the day. But that's kind of one of the reasons I felt he could put the pressure on so much.
Of course.
That was exactly why he could make this bet, because he just felt, he obviously believed that I couldn't call. So that the situation, what was at stake, actually helped me call when I thought about it.
No, for sure. I've just realised, Barney, that I alluded to the fact that both Joe and I spoke to you immediately after the tournament, but there's a couple of things that I forgot to ask about, and you just brought one of them up, and that is thinking time. You had a nice collection of time bank cards at the end of the tournament, as well as all of the chips. Can you remember how many time bank cards you actually played? I'm guessing you can count them on the fingers of one hand.
The first one was in that hand that we just talked about. The second one was in the hand where I had blocked to 3 sevens and turned the house, and when I check called, and it was a moody time bank. You know, I was making it look like it was a difficult decision to call, and I think I may have used one more in the same way. I don't think I think I only used the one, you know, kosher. But actually, it's not that. I mean, you know, partly I hung on to them, not because I didn't care about having them, but exactly because I felt that the more we got to the end, the more important. You know, a lot of people seem to spend them in quite trivial ways. You know, I was quite. I mean, people running down the clock or you know, looking over there to see if there was going to be someone all in and thinking they might be moved off the blind. But even just decisions which didn't seem like that difficult decisions. Well, I mean, obviously, I get it. Sometimes you have to think back through all the action. You have to look through all the right. You know, this is one of the advantages I got. You know, I don't have that much to think about because I don't know what they're all thinking. No, I mean, I do. I'm kidding about that. But like you know, there are times when you really need to think, but they're few and far between, really. You know, most of the time, you've got all the information and you know pretty fast what you're really going to do. Yeah, I had something else to say, but I've forgotten.
He ran out of time bank cards on this question. Let's get back to talk for a second about Eric Afriat and his reaction to that hand, his sort of outward demeanor toward you from that point forward. Obviously, we know you handled it incredibly well and managed to sort of bat away what felt like really passive-aggressive criticism toward you with jokes. Were you as unbothered by it as it seemed, or were you just know that was the right way to handle the way he was speaking to you?
Mate, you know, when you win a $7.5 million pot of somebody, you know, it's easy to be chilled about however they react.
Right.
I mean, you know, he's a funny bloke. You know, he does this thing, I think, where he tries to kind of create these bogus bonds with people, and he thinks he's better at that stuff than he is. You know, and you know, but it's obviously part of his game. And then, oh, you and me, and I wouldn't bluff you, and he wouldn't bluff me, whatever, you know. And it's like, oh, come on, you know. But no, it didn't bother me at all. You know, I think I said to somebody else, you know, I enjoy interacting with people. I don't shy away from barbed interaction. I think that, you know, if somebody wants to bandy words with me, good luck to them. You know, they're not going to get the better of it. You know, and that's fine. It seriously didn't bother me. I mean, except to the extent that I felt sometimes. Maybe I was on the brink of being a bit of a bully myself, which I didn't want to be, because you know, when he was upset, I wasn't going to have a go at him when he was really upset, because I understood, you know, he'd made a big brave move, it hadn't come off, all of a sudden, you know, he was about to go to bed bagging up a big stack of chips, and all of a sudden, you know, he was under pressure, and that's, you know, that is huge. I mean, you would think by his age that, you know, he could handle that better, but you know. Sometimes the same moment would hit the same person differently at a different time. I don't know what else is going on in his life. So I didn't want to push too hard, but he kept opening the comedy door for me, you know, and, you know, and I had to step over the threshold from time to time.
Believe me, I understand when someone leaves you an opening like that, you can't just completely, I mean, it would be doing a disservice to the comedy universe to leave some of those air balls hanging.
Now, we mentioned a few times, Barney, that obviously you've been on the EPT since season 1. You've played those early events. We showcased during the breaks when you were at the feature table, making a deep run in EPT London back in 2006, made that big bluff against Vicky that she called.
I know the hand, yeah.
Yeah. But one thing we forgot to mention, one thing that I want to highlight now is that you were also an EPT commentator. You worked with Colin Murray on some of those early TV shows.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I worked with everybody, actually. I worked with Steve Davis. I worked with Vicky. Obviously, Jessie May. With Porrick. I've worked with a lot of people commentating.
Yeah.
Before people actually figured out, all the clever technical stuff. We were there doing all the colour, and doing what you do, taking the piss out of people's hats or whatever.
But there's hope, Joe. There's hope that EPT commentators can go on to win EPTs.
No, there's no hope. No.
Oh, wow.
There really isn't.
That lasted for like 1 second. Okay, cool.
I wanted to see the clock.
Jennifer calls. Dustin raises 4,000.
Dirksen just raising, so I guess Jen limped the aces. Everybody did it back then. Everybody was doing it. Now, does she call or does she re-raise? That is a re-raise, a small re-raise.
How much more?
7,004. Dustin calls.
Dirksen, no way is he folding the 5-7 suited. Oh my
what
God.
A flop.
Ew.
Couldn't really have connected any harder than that. Yeah, he's got a call, paired, flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite on the flop despite technically being behind.
I'm a little ahead. I think I'm 52%. 52%. Slightly ahead.
Wow,
Idiot. 53.
Nailed it. What a what a dummy.
This guy's so dumb.
Turn is a 4.
4, 5, 6, 7 now. Jeepers. Oh God.
That will indeed do it.
You're
getting powerful.
Or like Jen, elimination, Mason. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Best flop ever,
I was having a perfect day until that, too.
She did well, she pulled you in. She got a lot of money in combinations. I didn't.
Welcome back to the year 2024 and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino as we continue our live coverage of the FPS main event final table. This is the 1K buy-in tournament which kicked off this festival here in Monaco with 5 players remaining from a starting field of 2,096. Atanas Malinov maintains his chip advantage, 51 bigs, more than 2 times the second biggest stack. And there are some short stacks out there right now, including Virgil Turchi, who's playing fewer than 15 big blinds. Everyone's guaranteed near enough 80K, more than 100K for fourth, 135 for third, close to 200 grand for the runner-up, more than 300 grand for the winner, and they will play down to a champion tonight. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, welcome to Monaco.
Always a pleasure to be here.
And we have got one of your contingent at the final table, Guillaume Nollet, Nollet 20 online. A player you know?
Yeah, a little bit. Nollet. Very exciting to see some Canadian representation here. Very strong player. And second in chips with just 22 big blinds, so we do have some short stacks here on this final. Atsanos, of course, pulling away a bit with these 25 million, but expect to see some fireworks over the course of the next few levels. We're not going to be having 5 players anymore, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, this next session is going to be 2 hours long, 2 back-to-back 60-minute levels. The blinds right now, 250,000, 500,000 with a 500K big blind ante. It's level 36 of the tournament. This is hand number 32 of the final table. And we see Gambini raise and take it with ace-8. Yeah, I think we were all a little bit surprised that we only saw the one single elimination during the first session of play, but you're not wrong, Griffin. The way things are right now, it is, to use Joe's metaphor, the hose that just needs to be unkinked.
I'm digging these black and yellow chips. These feel like a new addition here.
Well, this will be the chipset that they're using specifically for the FPS. Obviously, the EPT main that we'll be covering later on next week is going to have the usual EPT chips. We'll probably have a different chipset tomorrow when we cover the 100K Super High Roller final table. The black and yellows, by the way, are the 100K chips. The biggest denomination are the whites, which are 500K, and then the dark blues are 25K.
So Virgil here on 11 big blinds and the 9-7 off. Really only one way to play it, and that is going to be a limp. Hope the big blind in Guillaume Nollet will just check this back. We can get a free flop. Nollet does have the kind of candidate, I think, that will find a lot of checks here.
Attention dealers on the high roller.
I think if Nollet had something quite a bit worse,
however, we do
maybe something like an 8-3, 8 deuce, might just throw a little raise here, hoping that Turchi has a hand like what he does to limp fold, but 8-7, a little too much playability. Happens to be dominated by Turchi's 9-7 though.
Queen 10-9. So a pair of nines for Turchi. A straight draw for Nollet.
Yeah, not the worst flop for Nollet considering how far behind he was going to this flop. Might want to just take the free card. Would hate to get, check shoved from these 10 big blind switch. And there is the straight, but yeah, Turchi not going to be happy to see this jack turn card.
So dealers in the high roller, we're just going to pick up the call and then we'll restart playing.
Yeah, Turchi now drawing to a chop, not an enviable position to be in.
Players in the main event, you have just 3 minutes remaining on your way.
Yeah, and I certainly think Nollet can start betting here. You're not too concerned by the king simply because you would expect, I think, Turchi to start betting that kind of a hand. Not just on the turn once you have the straight, considering that unblocks everything, but also, on the flop, sort of a ragged king might be betting the flop, but does decide to check back, stay under rep, maybe just try to bluff catch on the river here, and then of course get value if it's checked through. And it might work out. I mean, I think that Turchi could just find a fold here on this turn card, but now that we're here on the river, Nollet has shown no interest in the pot. A bet now would seem quite suspicious. What are you pretending to have? A 10-3 off, a jack 3 off, a bear 8. Not a ton of hands that are going to find 2 checks to the river and then be betting here for value. So Turchi might get curious with this 4th pair, but it's not going to be a good result.
That is more than 2/3 pot, 1,150,000 from Nollet.
So dealers and players in the high roll, we return small line 6,000, big line to ante 12,000, 6-12. Dealers begin the bill, please.
And you can see how significant a pot of this nature is for a stack like Turchie's, right? We haven't seen any betting, no raising pre-flop, and yet this bet on the river is going to represent, you know, a good portion of Turchie's stack, and will leave him pretty short stacked if he does call. You know, losing that future fold equity. So there's a lot to consider here. This is, you know, one of the biggest moments really of the tournament for Turchie, and it's just one bet on one street.
Yeah.
And attention viewers, if you have two or more players at your table, you may begin your shuffle. You're leaving in less than 1 minute.
A reminder that the FPS main event plays without a shot clock.
There's so much on the board that does beat you, so you're kind of trying to think, okay, so what are the hands that Nole finds here? Does he just have a 6-4 off and decides to make a big stab here? You know, a 6 deuce off?
Oh, reaching.
And we have 25, with ones at 100, 300 figures, please begin the lead.
You know, you're also asking yourself, would Nole bet this big with, you know, a weak 2 pair? Is he only really repping straights with such a big bet? And does make the good fold.
Lays it down.
Do they know Tsara?
So a few people asking about the Super High Roller. The 100K final table will be streamed tomorrow. It's day 2 of that tournament today, playing down to the FT. Right now, 27 players remaining, and it is the reigning champion, Alex Kulev, who has the chip lead. Kulev took down the title last year. He's got 1.4 million chips. Ben Heath second on the leaderboard with 1.3 million. Then Nicky Petrangelo with 1.2 million. Other players still in the mix include Justin Bonomo, Mike Watson, Dan Smith, Mikiti Bodziakowski, another former Monte-Carlo Super High Roller champion. Patrick Antonius is a top 10 stack. And we will see the final table tomorrow from 1 p.m. Central European Summertime on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Action forwarded to the blinds here. Nole in the small with ace-8, and one observation from the first session of Play Griffin is that Nole pretty much always raises small to big. It just so happens that most times he's got something worth raising with.
This would be such a more comfortable spot if your opponent sort of has, you know, 15 blinds or less in that sort of 19 big blind territory.
You play 10.
You know, how do you want to proceed here? If you shove a hand like ace-8, you're only going to get snapped off by better. You're never going to get called by worse. It's not good enough to induce.
All in.
Yeah, you know, does still go for the shove. Just going to be easier that way.
Well, in addition to today being the final table of the FPS main event and day 2 of the Super High Roller, it is also day 1A of the EPT main event. And there are plenty of gold Power Pass players competing on day 1A, including Daria Krashenikova, who lives in Brazil. She won her gold pass back in February, redeemed it for a main event package here in Monaco, as did Andrei Myakov from Estonia. He was also in Prague, and he won his gold pass for this event in March. Jean-Michel Ploch is a French player who is sharing a room here in Monaco with Joseph Carlino. Remember the guy who always does his kickboxing routine? And last but by no means least, Edgaras Katines from Lithuania. It is his birthday today. It was Griffin's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Griffin.
Thank you.
It's Edgaras' birthday today. Happy birthday to him. What a present to be playing an EPT main, courtesy of PowerPath, which runs every single day on PokerStars. As I always say, step one is a twofer. You play a 50-cent spin and go, and remember, anytime you play real money on stars, you get a free 50-cent ticket. So you basically get two 50-cent tickets for the price of one, and then work your way up the steps. Saying during the last session, Griffin, I've still got an $11 ticket to use for step 3. Still haven't played step 4 yet. Want to get in that 109 qualifier and potentially win a bronze, silver, or gold power pass. So this was an under-the-gun raise from the chip leader, flattered by Lifshitz in the big blind with King 10. And King High is the best hand right now.
Yeah, Malinov finally getting to wield those chip leader units, finding a pretty loose open under the gun here with the 10-9 off, but five-handed, when you have the chip lead, so much ICM pressure you can put on, does find the raise. Pretty good flop for the 10-9, especially when you came into this flop dominated by the King 10, but Malinov recognizing that, you know, this particular board texture is supposed to favor the big blind more, doesn't want to get, you know, check raised all in by, you know, the kind of hand that would normally hit on this board. And now Lifshitz needs to decide, okay, am I gonna start telling the story that I'm on base here? He's showing weakness because I'm supposed to have the 8s and the 7s and the 6s. Malinov clearly no stranger to having a lot of chips here at EPT events. The way he's created that castle. It does get there on the river.
Pairs his 9. I guess this qualifies as domination rotation.
And unfortunately for Lifshitz, still has, you know, a lot of reasons to take a stab at this pot. You'd hate to just lose at showdown to something like Ace-Jack, when there's so much out there you can represent. Your opponents show no interest in this board. We, of course, know that it's not going to work, and with 2.75 million out there, with a bet between 1 and 2 million, that's going to drop Lifshitz to around 12 big blinds. And goes on the bigger side.
Oh, 1.8.
Yeah. Leaving just 11 big blinds behind. Malinov surely going to be too high up in his range here with this 9. And just a bit of bad fortune here for Lifshitz because of how passively Malinov has played this hand. Were this river not a 9, this bet would work if the river was a 3 or a deuce. So, you know, important not to be results oriented here. Surely Malinov just weighing his options a little bit, but I would imagine we'll find a call.
Has the call in his hand. Cheeky little smirk there from under that hoodie.
I put you on King 9.
Close.
And just like that, Malinov increases his chip lead, and Lifshitz is tied with Tershi at the bottom of the leaderboard, hovering around that 12 big blind mark. Raksha says, happy birthday for yesterday, Griffin. What are you now, 46, 47?
No, 39, almost at the big 4-0.
Meanwhile, Micah, watching on YouTube, says the auto closed captioning is hilarious. Yeah, there's a lot of unique words in poker commentary, a lot of slang, a lot of language very specific to the game, which the algorithm, the AI, can't quite work out what on earth we're actually trying to say. Do you want to tackle this armchair analysis from Theo Griffin? He says, way too little bluffing at this table. Would you agree or disagree?
Well, you know, we've only watched about 5 hands on this level. So why don't you tell me? Was there not enough bluffing in the last level?
I think any situation where you've got super short stacks or a super short stack, it just absolutely handcuffs play. It restricts the moves that other players can make. Understandably, everyone's being a little bit ABC because you're just waiting for players to go broke so you can ladder.
Yeah, and in fairness, there was just a bluff.
That's true. I didn't know there was a value bet with King High, right?
I don't think so.
Raising from the cutoff, Nole makes it 1.1 million with ace-8. Lifshitz with 5 deuce of clubs, fold to the small blind. Malinov 9-4 offsuit in the big.
You know, I imagine Malinov is just going to fold here, but do have an opportunity to put a lot of pressure on Nole with some sort of unorthodox 3-bets with, you know, even just raggy hands. I mean, what is Nole going to do with the ace-8 off when there's a 9 big, an 11 big, 19 big blind stack, but he's not going to get too frisky here.
So Chris, our producer, just asked me a really interesting question. James, if you won a silver power pass, what would you use it for? So it's worth $2,500. Now, look, I've been really getting into online poker. It's been like kind of, the novelty hasn't worn off yet that I'm playing on PokerStars again, but I would probably redeem it for a live event. I think it's a long shot that the EPT ever goes back to Deauville. But maybe, just maybe, the France Poker Series would have an event there. And bear in mind the pass is valid for 12 months. I probably hold on to it in the vague hope that I get the chance to go and play poker in Deauville again. Because that was the first EPT I played, the only EPT I played back in 2005, and I'd love to go back and play there. Failing that, probably an event on the UK IPT.
Was that a sort of a subtle exclusive? Is there a little chatter in the?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm basically just I'm just encouraging our live events team to take the FPS to Deauville. That's not foreshadowing, just a personal preference, a personal wish. There's a very good chance, by the way, that I will be going to the UK IPT / Estrellas event in Malaga in June. Just need to have a chat with the bosses about that one.
That looks like all of it. A lot of pressure being put on here from Malinov now. Just 5 million with the Jack-6.
Tom asking about Lex Live. So Lex announced Lex Live in Barcelona last week. And I had already, because I am a planner, Griffin, I like to have my life sorted months in advance. I'd already booked a trip to Vegas at that time. It's the final weekend of the World Series of Poker. I was looking at the Lucky Sevens event and the closer, so flights are booked, hotels booked. So sorry, I did not know there was going to be a Lex Live in Barcelona. I'd love to have gone to that, but I will be in Vegas.
Well, we'll have to get dinner. I'm going for the main event this year.
Are you going to be out there till the very end?
I mean, I don't know. I guess around. I mean, what is the closer afterwards? I
guess. Like the 12th. It's towards the end of the main event, so like the 12th, 13th, 14th of July.
We'll see. We'll see. You're not going to get many better shove spots than a pair at the cutoff for 11 bigs, but Lifshitz respecting sort of the ICM implications of busting before Virgil with that pay jump. Don't want to run into a hand and, you know, lose a flip or be dominated. Of course, always have to consider the collision effect of not getting involved. of the other players involved in a hand.
So Malinov has made it 1 million with Jack 7, the calculator hand. Nole, ace 4 in the big.
Nole certainly weighing whether to, I mean, you can really make an argument for doing any of the three here. You know, I think a 3-bet could be interesting because, you know, maybe Malinov's going to be raising close to 100% of the button. Might just let you have this. You have the ace blocker. You can certainly just call, but down the streets, it's going to be tough with the pressure Malinov can put on you. And because of that exact same narrative, maybe it's just better to not get involved at all and start waiting for some eliminations. So I think the wheels are certainly turning for Nole. With all this consideration, it's going to feel more like a 3-bet to me, and that's exactly what he does. The 4x 3-bet, and that's going to elicit a quick fold, and that's really why you do it, right? You also make it a size that doesn't really give your opponent a lot of room to get too cheeky. You make it 4 for a 4-bet bluff. Malinov would have to make it, you know, north of 7.5, and that's going to represent half of Nole's chips. So nice move there from Nole, climbing closer and closer towards the chip leader's 55 big blind, 28 million stack.
5-5.
4-5?
4-4.
4-4, and he's 5-5.
Lifshitz on 11 bigs, Tershi on 8 bigs. Still got 37 minutes on this level, Griffin, and I feel that at least one of these two players is going to go broke before the blinds go up again. Or maybe we'll see more double ups. Remember, Lifshitz doubled up twice during the last session.
There is our short stack, Virgil Turchi, and doesn't get much better than ace-jack offsuit on the button for 8 big blinds. Despite his little sneer, he is very, very happy with this holding. Just wants to stay a little balanced. Make it look like he has a decision.
So shoves for those 8 bigs. Nole in the small blind has ace-10. It's a domination situation in Tershi's favor. Nole asks for a count. Now he's still got Gambini to act in the big, so if he is going to play the ace-10 here, Griffin, is it a reshove spot?
Yeah, it's just too strong, unfortunately, for Nole. Happened to be running up against, you know, one notch better. Turchi certainly going to be shoving any ace in this spot. You know, some tens that you're dominating with the ace-10, your king-10s, your queen-10s, your suited jack-10s and the like. So Nole's certainly going to recognize I need to reshove here. I should have the best hand. And I hope I hold, but you know he's not giddy with excitement about this spot. Would hate to lose this hand and take away a lot of that edge over the short stacks. Yeah, I don't think this is any kind of Hollywooding here. This is really a tough decision, I think, for Nole. But going to be too strong as he reaches for those black and yellows. Black and yellows.
So that is a call from Nole. Imagine if Gambini wakes up with something huge here in the big blind. 9-6 offsuit. That's not huge. So he folds, and we go to showdown, and Tershi is going to be a decent favorite here to double up through Nole. Look at him. He's loving the spot.
Doesn't get much better. When you're shoving ace-jack to get a call from ace-10.
5 cards to come, and that is a jack-high flop. Things looking good for Tourney. 94% favorite. Could have Nole drawing dead on the turn. Okay. Nole could spike a queen on the river to make a straight. Always a sweat. 4 cards for Tourney to fade. And fade he does. That is a double up for the Frenchman. And Virgil Tourney goes from bottom of the leaderboard to 3rd in chips with just shy of 20 big blinds. That means Gabby Lifshitz is now the only player in the danger zone. Danger zone! With 9 big blinds. Actually 11 bigs for Lifshitz, but he is going to post both the big blind and the big blind ante on the next hand, leaving him with 9 behind. As we reach hand 40 of the final table, still 5 players in contention for the trophy and first prize of more than 300,000 euros. Sensitive Tony on Twitch says ace-10 off is slightly light in a non-bounty.
Missing one.
Gonna have to disagree there. You know, the range of hands that's being shoved on the button for 8 big blinds. It's not just your ace-jack or betters. You know, it's your ace-7 offs, your king-10 offs.
I started with like 5-5.
Snowman's.
Nom.
Nole on the button.
And into the 16 big blind and 9 big blind stacks of Gambini and Lifshitz. Curious to see if Nole elects to go for an induced strategy or just an effective shove, and it looks like it is going to be an effective shove. And I agree with that. You know, you'd hate to get reshoved by a king jack or something here, but Gambini, you know, recognizing the strength of ace-10 in this spot, happens to be flipping.
Griffin, what do you think about this shove, considering Lifshitz is the short stack and there is a 20k plus prize difference between 5th and 4th?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just...
I don't disagree with you in the last hand that ace-10 is probably a call there. I do think ace-10 shoving from the small here is...
Well, and that's why I would have just preferred an open shove from Nole. I mean, I think it's fine with the ace-10 because Nole is going to be, you know, raising a king-9 off and folding to a shove. I mean, he's thinking about folding a hand as strong as pocket eights, so I think the ace-10 shove is perfectly fine. You can't just be folding these kind of hands, I think, to button opens, given how wide they're going to be.
Quite a decent rail building for this final table, as Nole continues to tank over this decision.
I think the real dilemma for Nole is the quickness with which Gambini shoved. Is that ever going to be, you know, a selection of the worst pairs? Is this really going to be pocket fours that he looks down and can't wait to shove it in, or will he take a second? So if I'm breaking down his range and I can eliminate a lot of those lower pairs, I'm not doing as well as I'd like here, and the ICM implications of, you know, losing here and busting in 5th place would be pretty disastrous. So as much as I, you know, would love to get into a time machine for Nole and just open shove this and maybe even force a fold from a hand like ace-10, you know, that maybe it is just better to be raising and reevaluating here, and this might lead to a fold for the Canadian. Does go for it, though. Let's go.
Off to the races. Gambini with the overcards. Nole with the pocket pair. Gambini, the at-risk player who will need to hit. Nole, by the way, if he loses this flip, will be left with just 4 big blinds.
Yeah, it's just it's really tough with the 8s, right? Because 9s, I don't think you'd even really think about it. You just put it in. So where does that put 8s in your range? I mean, you got to call it sometimes.
So
4 deuce deuce, 8's holding, and there is a 70% chance that we lose. Marco Gambini in this hand.
Let's get a wheel card for a little action, man. For the drama.
No wheel card. 6 outs for Gambini. He'll need a 10 on the river, or he'll need Barry Greenstein to make an appearance. Otherwise, we are down to 4.
Barry.
It's the 10.
Nice one.
And Nole has just lost 2 all-ins in a row. Lost with ace-10 to ace-jack. Lost with 8s to ace-10. He is now the super short stack at the final table. He's in the hyper-danger zone.
Hyper-danger zone!
4 big blinds. Gabby Livshit still playing 8 big blinds. Gambini now second in chips with 36 bigs, sitting behind the chip leader, Atanas Malinov, who still has more than 50 big blinds, and still around 30 minutes to play on this level until the blinds go up.
Freaking ace-10, man. I hate that hand now.
This minion was yours as well.
Yeah.
So 2, 6, 2, 6, 7, 8.
Ian071 asks, is this a live game?
Or left the night out.
Possibly. Thank you for your question. And I know there's been a little bit of confusion about this being a final table when it's the first day of our coverage. That's because it's the final table of the France Poker Series main event. This is the 1K tournament. This is the local series for French-speaking markets that kicks off the festival before we segue into our EPT coverage, starting with the 100K Super High Roller final table tomorrow, followed by 5 days of the EPT main event. That only starts today, Griffin. Day 1A today, day 1B tomorrow. We pick up the action on day 2.
Yes. Just.
Push chase up nästa spattle.
Ace Queen suited for Gabby Livchitz in the small blind.
Yeah, you would hate to bust in 5th place now that Guillaume Nole only has 4 big blinds, but ace queen suited.
Yeah.
Open shove spot, fold equity still intact. It's a no-brainer.
Hold on.
So shoves with the chip leader, Atanas Malinov, to act in the big blind. And he's asked for a count. He's got ace-5 offsuit.
I think I will go just, but it's
sure. No worries.
a bit.
Bro, it's okay. You can take your time.
Yeah,
and wait.
it's just not so fast. But that's
Oh yeah.
Don't believe me.
Well, I had a big hand. Don't think so.
At this level.
You think you probably go all in with pocket 3 now?
medium,
No?
5, 9, big one.
Yes,
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that as well, Pin Allen. And when Livshit said, bro, it's okay, take your time, he did sound very happy, very calm, very confident.
It's so tough. I mean, we can see the cards, so we know that this would be an ideal fold for Malinov, but in flow, in the moment, it's so hard to fold, you know, an ace blind on blind for 8 big blinds.
So this is another domination situation. Lifshitz, favorite here to double up through Malinov.
And Guillaume Nollet would love to see a 5 on this flop and gets it, but there's 2 diamonds.
Wow. It's a post-flop flip. The pair of 5s for Malinov, the nut flush draw for Lifshitz, plus queen still working for him.
Jack, I'll take a jack.
Ace on the turn does not change anything. Oh no, it does give him additional outs.
Sure does. Any jack now, that queen will play and send Lifshitz packing in 5th place.
Queens, jacks, and diamonds. He has 13 outs. Too many? Yes, it would seem. The full house for Malinov, and Gabby Lifshitz dispatched in 5th place, cashing for 79,980 euros. Finally, we're down to 4.
Good luck.
Pretty nice performance there from Lifshitz. Obviously would have liked more, but someone who's had a little success on the tour. And looks like that's going to continue. It's a good start to his trip here in Monte Carlo.
Yeah, we referenced his 4th place finish in the EPT Prague main event back in 2019. That was worth more than 300 grand. Still an 80k score. As you say, Griff, not a bad start to the festival here in Monaco. And the rich get richer. Malinov up over 32 million, hovering around the 65 big blind mark now.
Yeah, and that's almost twice as many as second places. Marco Gambini, Virgil Turchi, with 17 big blinds in 3rd, and of course Nollet, thrilled to be getting that 20,000 pay jump with just 4 big blinds and about to come into the big blind after this hand. So really hoping you're getting something here, and he does. A very, very strong king-queen offsuit.
And we were saying earlier on, psychologically always great to hit that jump to a 6-figure score, to be guaranteed more than 100k.
Yeah.
So the all-in from the super short stack, just 4 big blinds. Nollet rips it in.
2.5.
I'd say he sort of slowly pushed it in, you know? Wasn't much of a rip.
Oh, look at this. Malinov's also got king-queen.
And going to effectively shove into Virgil's 17 big blinds. And here we go.
Queen, king, queen.
Of course, there is the prospect of some nastiness with both players having 2 live suits. But the vast majority of the time, there will be smiles all round. And everyone will be loving it.
Yes. Perhaps it'll even get us to sing.
Let's deal out this board. Nollet officially the at-risk player. And this is going to result in a chop.
We split the pot.
It's pretty safe to say that we split.
Immaterial turn and river. It is a chop pot. And Griffin, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
So this is the
our first of Ept Monte-Carlo 2024.
First of many.
And yes.
Pots will be chopped on this day and others. I have foreseen it. It has been foretold. It is written.
So we are still at 4 players, and Guillaume Nollet is now in the big blind, which means roughly half his stack has already been put into the pot. Gambini folding king 10 under the gun. Malinov on the button. Folds 9-4, so it's blind v blind.
Thank you.
Tourney, 8 deuce of hearts. I think Monsieur Nollet is going to get a walk here.
That is the dream.
What did you show?
I show the rail.
Ah.
Oh, I get on mine.
Nice hand.
And getting away with one. The walk with the 7-4, you never expect it to happen. The suited 8 was the nuts in the small.
8 deuce 9.
So
2.6. 3.
3 without the small blind.
Yeah.
3 million behind. Malinov first to act, 4-3. Hello to Alan O'Connor watching on YouTube. He says, good morning from the West Coast. This is a great way to start the Sunday grind. Good morning to you, Alan. Small versus big, 10-2 offsuit, ugh. Pay it forward, you just got to walk. Vane says, you can't fold the Doyle there. I think you can when you have 5 big blinds.
Ouais. Ça paraît.
And how much you have at tennis? You know?
Yeah, just a second. It's 10, 12, 18, 23, 27, 30, like 32.
Thank you.
Tourney has folded. King Queen again for Nollet. On the button. Another great spot for him to get it in. Just 5 big blinds, fewer than 3 million chips, and he is going to shove here. And is this a decision for Gambini in the small blind? No, 9-7 off, he folds. So Malinov in the big blind wants a count. He has Jack 9. I guess it's only 5 bigs, but...
2,975.
He's thinking of gambling.
All in and call.
Makes the call. So Nollet gets it in ahead, but Malinov does have live cards.
On est beau.
The valet 9 off.
Well, I do the tricks.
So Nollet near enough a 7-3 favorite with 5 cards to come. The flop is ace, 6, deuce. King high still ahead, looking to fade jacks and 9s. Running spades would also be pretty gross. Eight on the turn. So Nollet now nearly a 9-1 favorite and gets the double up unless there is a jack or a 9 on the river.
It's very quiet. It's very quiet.
Calm before the storm. A 5 on the river. It's a double up for Nollet. Don't mind the singing. Not a big fan of the water bottle against the rail. Not an official percussion instrument. Also, I know a man called Gary who's backstage worried about the set. So now, Nolay doubles up to 13 big blinds and is closing in on Virgil Tershi, who is the second shortest stack with 15 big blinds.
Oh, plus extend mine.
Well, I don't think this hand's going to be particularly exciting. Oh, take it back. Malinov raising small to big with 10-3 off. Ace deuce suited for Tershi. Moves all in, gets a fold from Malinov. The last remaining French player in the France Poker Series main event has a decent railing crew here in Monte Carlo. In 12 minutes time, the blinds are going up. We'll roll straight into the next level. Level 37 will be 300K, 600K. Malinov with pocket jacks, the ladles, as I like to call them. It may only be Sunday, but Tom's already asking if Chat Pro Saturday is going to be a thing. Never, if it's a final table of the main event. Never. That is an auto ban. That's an auto veto. Too big an occasion, too important. Malinov still playing around 60 big blinds and still near enough a 2-1 favorite over Marco Gambini. 2-1 advantage, I should say. Gambini with around 30 big blinds. And 48 of the France Poker Series main event final table. Action is going to start with Malinov. Primus Red asks, shouldn't Malinov be applying a ton of pressure here, practically playing every hand?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. We have seen some, you know, I guess, extra aggression from Malinov so far in this level. We saw the 10-9 offsuit under the gun. We're seeing this, you know, weak ace here. But you really, you know, this edge can disappear quite quickly if you know, double up, say, a Virgil stack of 20 big blinds. Gambini deciding he doesn't want to play by the rules. I'll see a flop with you. off these 10 big blinds. And is actually going to outflop Malinov. Very curious to see, because of how much worse your hand gets across the streets with just 4-3 here. As you are the short stack with just 10, or no, you're not, pardon me, you have the 33 big blinds, of course. This is a very loose call, defend from Gambini. Is he going to play it as a call or a raise? Quick call.
Ace on the turn. Malinov now with the advantage. 2 pair. And Gambini with the wheel draw. He checks.
Now, when an ace comes on the flop, James, you call it an ace on the desk?
Always an ace on the disc.
Yes. Now, if it's on the river, it's
Barry
ace on the
Greenstein.
river, Barry Greenstein. Do we have anything for an ace on the turn?
Yes, it's called an ace on the turn.
Malinov going to be wanting to slam this card with any ace, let alone aces up. You know, want to get value from those king X's that will almost certainly call twice. Gambini did get a little more equity towards, you know, a strong hand, of course. Any 5 would make a wheel. But with how much I think Malinov is going to have a balanced size up here between the value and the bluffs, I don't think Gambini's really going to want to continue a ton here, but it does anyway, to the tune of $2.5 million. Also recognizing that Malinov is going to barrel this card with some of his air.
River card is a 7, so no change in the outcome. Malinov still with the best hand.
Yeah, Malinov going to be giddy here with how strong this value hand is here. You know, not only is your opponent going to have a lot of king X, but sometimes some ace X's that have floated the flop, something like an ace 4 or ace 5 certainly, which might be inclined to call a pretty big bet on the river. So I would expect to see something to the tune of maybe leaving Gambini with around 10 big blinds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sort of half of his stack. Of course, you can see Gambini doesn't have one of those ace X or king X hands and just a 3. So, but we've seen crazier things here on the EPT, and especially in these early events.
So we've got a pot of 9.3 million, a bet of 3.1 million. Snap call by Gambini. And yeah, I think we all know what he said there.
Yeah. Fudge and into the muck from Gambini.
Come on.
And that is going to put a lot of distance between Malinov and the rest of this field. Malinov with 37.6 million, 75 big blinds. Gambini and Tershi both playing around 20 big blinds, and then Nole, the short stack with 10 bigs.
Yeah, and I don't think, you know, a lot of people who watch that hand will be especially impressed with the way Gambini played it. But the first and most important mistake, I think, is just deciding to play the hand in the first place. You know, finding a way to get yourself into trouble when you have such a huge edge to start that hand with those 35 big blinds compared to the sub 20 big blind stacks of Terchi and Nole.
Yeah.
So that's really the biggest mistake. You know, getting too sticky on the turn and trying to make a hero call on the river, no good, but yeah, not a great hand.
Our analysis suggests, Griffin, that Marco Gambini is probably the least experienced player at this table. Certainly has the lowest and fewest number of cashes. If you look at his results, qualified for this event, has also qualified for the EPT main event here in Monaco. But is guaranteed at least 100K and is still officially second on the leaderboard. But now, with the dynamic as it is, going back to that question about Malinov applying pressure and playing every hand, this is a phenomenal position for him now.
Yeah, this is how you want the place you want to be with 4 left in a tournament playing for over 300,000 euros.
4.5 minutes on the clock until the blinds go up. Another 60-minute level. coming up. Ollie Wilco says, why are you showing this instead of the 100K Super High Roller? We're showing it as well as the Super High Roller because you get the Super High Roller final table tomorrow. Concludes on Monday, and we'll be streaming it from 1 p.m. Central European Summertime.
9 million.
And you have
5-5.
5-5. And it's
10.5. 10.5.
You know, I just want to mention again, I'm really appreciating the chip art from Malinov.
No.
You know, back in the day, we'd have a lot of creative stuff going on when we used to have those massive towers. It sort of moved a little bit away from that in recent years just for, you know, logistical reasons, not having to have crazy amount of chips on the table, but has really been able to make those things work, create a nice little tower, and it's only getting bigger. Now playing nearly 40 million chips.
I mean, on the one hand, I like it when they color up because it just makes it easier for the dealers.
Yes.
On the other hand, it does kind of, you're right, you do get flashbacks to like the 2005, 2006 era when people would have just so many chips in front of them.
Malinov with every reason to get spicy with a hand like Jack-6 suited. And goes all the way spice.
Nice.
Extra spicy. 2x spicy. Just shoves it in there. Really hoping to get through, in particular, the 16 big blinds of Tertiary. And you can see how effective that shove is.
Oh, I don't think Nole's folding ace-jack, though, and yeah, he does get called, and it is a domination situation in Guillaume Nole's favor.
Listen, sometimes you get snapped by ace-jack, other times it's ace-queen and you're live, you know? Still 28%.
Oh, a 6 on the flop. Domination rotation. And now Nole looking for an ace on the turn or Barry Greenstein.
Could just be Malinov's day. I mean, we saw the ace-5 all-in earlier against our 5th place finisher, Gabby Lifshitz, and now the Jack-6.
Jack would be good.
Yeah, Jack is good.
It's another 6 on the turn, and it's all over for Guillaume Nole. The most experienced player at the final table, eliminated in 4th place. Did get the ladder, did get the money jump when Lifshitz busted in 5th. He cashes for 103,970 euros, taking us down to the final 3. Another elimination at the hands of Atanas Malinov. That means the Bulgarian increases his chip lead. He's going to have like 90 big blinds now, and Gambini, the second biggest stack, has 17.
Yeah, you know, at this stage, you're going to feel like anything but first is a failure in closing, or you know, a lot of bad luck. But it doesn't feel like that's the direction this is going.
The next break is in 2 hours. I know 1. So yeah, 2 levels. Yeah, thanks.
The players just being informed that now the action is 3-handed. We are literally about to roll into the next level, and levels will now be 30 rather than 60 minutes.
I think.
8 and a bit, and...
So I think we're going to play one more hand at 250,000, 500,000, and then we'll have the first of the 30-minute blind levels, 300K, 600K.
No, you didn't hear they've added a 275, 550.
You're a funny guy. I mean, this is a great spot for Malinov. I mean, all of the chips, all of the hands, pocket queens here.
A beautiful lady on each arm. Queen of spades, queen of hearts. And Gambini is like, yeah, I'll see a flop with you, dude.
Ace, 9, 7, all diamonds. Gambini does have the queen of diamonds.
Yeah, and Malinov's going to want to be probably betting small in this flop to protect against random flush draws, to get values from some 9s or 7s. You know, you'd be expecting an ace to be shoving some of the time pre, so you're not too worried about an ace. But if Gambini decides to play this aggressively, it's going to get a little tricky. But does just call, and there is the diamond. That's not fair. Queen 8 cracking queens. Is that allowed?
I've checked, and I've been told yes, it is.
Tell you what, not in Joe's poker world. If he was here, he'd never let this stand. The best hand must prevail, but not this day. Gambini is going to get back over 10 million chips. Should be quite an easy fold for Malinov.
Yeah.
Recognizing, you know, not beating any value. Shouldn't see a lot of bluffs there.
And so we roll into level 37. Blinds are now 300,000, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. We welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
Hello, my babies. And yes, that was really awful right there. Especially because it was the queen that did it. You have pocket queens. That person's queen should be useless.
Yeah. It shouldn't be able to make flushes.
That's one queen beating two queens. That's not right.
Joe, I have to say, you're looking quite spiffy today.
Go ahead, James. You want to let him know?
You know, Joe has to go out there.
At some point with the winner.
At some point, he's going to have to interview the winner. At some point, he's going to have to do the official presentation.
He looks particularly good. He has these like kind of cool socks and like, you know, it's just I like it. I don't know. I like what I see.
How many of these events have you done?
Groundhog Day with Griffin Benger. It's that Ricky Henderson story. But you know, he used to play with a guy. He used to play with a guy that Mets at the exact same thing.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Ulrich was my favorite player too. That's so funny.
Back in the day, back in the 1930s, when the British Broadcasting Corporation was at Alexandra Palace, all radio shows were hosted by people in like dinner attire. Like the men would wear black tie, the women would wear ball gown dresses. No one could see them. It was radio, but you were expected to dress up because you were broadcasting. So maybe Joe is like, no one can see me right now, but this is how I want to dress.
So Malinov flopping a nice little piece here with this gutter and one over, but Gambini has the absolute stones relative to the situation with the ace-10.
Yeah, Gambini was the pre-flop aggressor, continues for 600,000 here, gets the call, and Malinov now open-ended.
And being gifted a delicious price here, as this bet is just about 22% of the pot. It's definitely not going to scare off Malinov.
An open-ender, as I like to call it, a double gutter plus.
Yes.
Having draws is really fun when you have this many chips.
Yeah, and especially when the person's not betting very much. Because you're just like, all right, you let me see this for 800K.
Sure.
Let me just river a Johnny on you.
And
Johnny
it's a
on the spot.
Jack on the river, so it's the classic have a straight draw river a pair, but the pair is good enough.
Yeah, rare that it works out like that.
Yeah, and you know, we're definitely seeing, I think, some slight missteps in timing from Gambini. Just so clearly not feeling good about this river jack, you know, kind of making it look like just have a 10, but Gambini, Malinov deciding it would be a bit too thin. I would have liked to have seen maybe a bet of 1.5, 2 million. Just milk him a little bit, you know, with the way he's sort of been quickly calling. But Malinov very, very content taking that down. Now extending that lead. 46 million, and Marco Gambini and Virgil Turchi combining for just 15 million.
Elects not to milk him like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Gambini and Turchi still in very, very big trouble compared to Malinov. Speaking of teens, that's where the big blinds are for Gambini and Turchi. 13 and, well, no, 11. That's not really a teen, is it? It's right in the name.
You know, it's funny you mentioned the Ricky Henderson story. Have I told you before John Olerud was my favorite player?
We've had this conversation
many times.
Many times, yes.
Do you remember why he was my favorite player?
Because of the Ricky Henderson story?
No, because he was a Blue Jay and he wore a helmet when he played defense.
Because of his brain.
Yes, but I also had a head injury when I was a child, and that was why I loved.
Oh, he had your same sort of.
Yeah.
It's like if there had also been someone on the Blue Jays who, you know, was really socially awkward and everyone pretended to like.
Getting real here, day one.
The Cumberland Blues says, I still miss Boatman. Well, Barney's here for the duration at EPT Monte-Carlo, and he participated in the Mystery Cash Challenge yesterday, so you're going to get a bunch of Boatmen in a few months when those episodes start to air on YouTube.
We've mentioned today that yesterday it was my birthday, and I have been reminding Joe for months that it was going to be my birthday, but I was in a group chat where someone else said happy birthday, so I think he felt like that was enough to...
I'm not a big happy birthday person.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Griffin. I said it to you today when I saw you. If there's an opportunity to celebrate a person's birthday, I will celebrate their birthday, but...
There was last night. I was waiting for your text.
Oh, I just went to bed.
So did I. That's not true. I watched the Leafs lose. God.
Sorry, pal. Not much of a birthday present. Here's a present I'll give you. How about a 50-cent Power Path ticket?
How does it work?
Well, it's kind of, remember the old step system?
Yeah.
It's a lot like that. Mm-hmm. But from 50 cents, you can win your way up to a 10K gold pass. That gets you a free trip to an EPT.
No way. That's amazing. So how does it work? So you give me the 50-cent one, and then I do that one, and then I go like, I make like a $10 one.
It goes to 11, and then 109.
Okay.
And then the good stuff starts happening from there. And the cool thing is you can't buy your way in toward the end.
Okay.
So there's no more of like Mike Watson buying in on like the last stage and winning like 40.
Okay.
He's got to do the whole thing.
Oh, he's got to go all the way from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, not all the way from the beginning, but I think $11 is the last one.
And if I go to one of these events, I could meet some of my favorite stars. I could even meet you.
Correct. Yes.
Wow.
You know exactly how much you play? About
count my castles, dude. Gambini
all in with ace-5. The off-brand sourdough going to pick up the blinds and antes. And that is not going to last very long because he's in the big blind now. So, yikes. Both these players at 11 bigs now. So Bane's letting us know that there's 2 Silver Pass games every day for 109, which means you use that 109 tickets. You can win a Silver Pass for that's worth $2,500, and there's a 109 Gold Pass game on Sunday. So for 109, you can enter into a big tournament that has X number of 10K Gold Passes available.
Who told you that?
That's from Baines.
Oh, the fire rises.
It's
All
been
of it.
really cool seeing how many people have been coming to these events via the power passes.
Yeah.
Malinov is going to raise and take. Indeed he is.
Let me see.
Did you celebrate your birthday before
Yes.
leaving Canada?
Yes, I had a nice little dinner get-together, a little potluck.
What was your favorite dish?
The lamb was,
geez.
phenomenal, but
You sacrificed a lamb on your birthday.
but I told my girlfriend it was her beet salad, but I know she's not watching, so I can tell the truth.
Was
The
it all
beet salad
poker
was good.
themed? Was it a bad beet salad and a...
No, but I did make a joke about because she was worried that the beets were no good when she was making it, and then I said, "Oh, it's a bad beet." She didn't like it. She was freaking out. Look at this guy building this tower.
I was gonna say, you know, this what's cool about Atanas Malinov. You look at him and you think, maybe this guy, he's got the hood up. He's pretty quiet. He's a real tough poker player. Like maybe this guy doesn't have much of a personality. Maybe there's not much. And then you look, you're like, yeah, he's still a kid. He's still a kid at heart. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that castle.
Look
he's
at
building
that
there.
sand castle he's building.
There's a fun guy in there somewhere.
Yeah.
He's just focused
There's
right
a
now.
mushroom in there.
I got another all in. It's time from Gambini with the ace jack.
Oh,
Atanas.
Malinov is interested.
Wants
Hope
a
it's
count.
not ace 8.
Is he gonna
or
give
ace
up?
9 or ace 10.
I mean, what is it?
Lose. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is he just gonna give up like the top floor of that penthouse or what?
I mean, look, you have reasons to consider this ace 6, but it would also just be nice to just let these guys still be three-handed and, you know,
Just grind
not
them
double
down.
them up. Yeah. Nice fold. Malinov's playing perfect.
Would you say that he's playing below, at, or above the rim?
I would say that he's currently above the rim, but he has, but he needs to like fully dunk the basketball and then to get to finish the job, and then you land on the ground.
That's so specific.
No, because I'm saying, like, put it this way. This is what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I mean. What I mean to say is there are situations sometimes when basketball players go up for a dunk and they're too like cocky, and then they try to slam it and it hits the rim and it bounces off. The odds of him losing this are like the odds of someone going in for a big dunk and then hitting it off the rim.
And
Just
going,
don't- just-
yeah,
yeah, exactly. So just don't, finish the job.
Depends whether or not computer assistance is turned on.
Finish the job. Computer assistance.
Turchi.
Yeah.
All in.
10 on 10.
I've got a king.
No way.
I've got a king. The same as before. The
Chat's
same card.
right. I'm not saying that. That's someone's name. Chat's right, asking, will there be a day where chips are digitally shown so there's no more chip count? Yeah, it's called PokerStars.com. Maybe you've heard of it.
Yeah.
All digital.
Yeah, that was. Thank you for that alley-oop, by the way. That was a great shill spot. That was really, you really threw that one up. You want digital chips? Check out PokerStars.com.
Pushing the big chips in front, please.
Do you seriously answer that question? They've tried digital poker tables here and there over the years. They've existed for a long time. There's a reason why they haven't really caught on.
Yeah. They just got to figure out a way to make money from this.
Is it a walk for Malinov? Sure is. Virgil Turchi dropping below the 10 big blind mark.
10 big blind mark.
Have they made a deal? Asked Skaz. No deal.
All in.
Gambini all in with the ace deuce. Not going to get a call there from Malinov. And not going to get a call from the dominated Turchi. Three-handed here at the FPS Monte-Carlo main event final table. No matter what happens, these players should all be proud to have made the top 3 of 2,096 total entries. Everyone guaranteed more than 100 times their buy-in. Right now, Antanas Malinov in a commanding position. Commanding is putting it lightly. 81 big blinds, pocket fours.
Yeah, going to be all of it from Malinov here. A lot of pressure you can put on. You got your pair. Just got to hope that one of these two don't wake up with a bigger one.
King 10 for Turchi. Going to be tough to get away from this.
Yeah.
Turchi starts the hand with 8 big blinds.
It's like, I think you definitely go with King Queen. You think about King Jack, but King 10, I think it's not going to be good enough. And Gambini couldn't wait to get his chips in there.
Okay, so King 10 does get away, but it's Ace 9 for Gambini. These two are flipping potentially for third place.
Can you do one of your things?
Like tax evasion versus tax avoidance. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Gambini needs to hit and does. Hits a 9. The club's also good news for Gambini. Malinov without a lot of ways to turn the lights off.
Uh-oh.
Couple more now. Malinov picks up a gut shot draw. Gambini just needs to fade a 4 or a 5 to survive. River card is a 4.
As usual.
That is the set for Malinov, who has run really hot in all ins. Will be dispatching Gambini in third place. Marco Gambini, 135,160 euros. These two players are now heads up, and that laughter you hear is at the joke from Virgil Turchi asking if a deal were to be possible.
Yeah, and that is a 54,000 euro smile.
Yeah, maybe we can
and
also do
quip.
the chip race now.
That's right.
From Turchi. That was a huge river to see that.
I'd like a break too, if possible.
Yeah.
It sounds like they are going to come to some sort of a deal about a break.
J'ai proposé,
That is. Yeah, good drop in there from Griffin, who notes that more than likely it's Virgil Turchi who just made another 50,000 euros, although this is not over yet.
50, 100, and I take.
Is he still doing deal bits?
Yeah, he's in the
really
zone now.
He's really a man after your own
I mean,
heart.
listen, a 9-3, you think you're staring down the barrel of third place. Suddenly your head's up. You get a little break to do quips, to laugh with your friends.
What a great spot to be in. Guaranteed second place money. All your pals on the rail.
And then I said, how about an even chop? I speak French. I'm from Montreal.
And nice to see Malinov's got some people on the rail as well.
Yeah, so Jay's fan not crazy about her hat, but it is an undeniable logo.
Yeah, it's iconic.
It's iconic, I know. I just, Jay's fan.
You know my Yankee bit, right? I don't have time for it right now, so you can say that.
We always have time for your bits. bet you'd crush a good even job bet if you were really short. Heads up, you ever get there?
If I had to.
Yeah.
If I had to. Speaking of really short, these are the exact chip counts.
Oh, my goodness.
5.3 million for Virgil Turchi. Just 8 big blinds. 95 big blinds. 57.52 million for Atanas Malinov. They're about to be playing for the 303,190 euros up top. More after this. I wanted to give you a chance to talk about mastering small stakes, no limit tournaments. You're an author. You're a book. There you go. Yes, you've written a book.
I'm loving the cover photo, by the way. That is someone who knows how to master small stakes, no limit tournaments.
Thank you. I wasn't going to go with this photo, but it's my dad's favorite photo, and I decided to go with that.
So tell us about the book.
I can officially call myself an author, which is mind-blowing. It is a book that I really wanted to nail down a transformation for people that, were struggling, breaking through that, struggling with profitability, struggling with understanding the fundamental concepts. It's a little bit more basic, but it goes into some more advanced strategies. And I think, it was a lot of fun to write. I think that, the title, Mastering Small Stakes Tournaments, is a series that Jonathan Little is involved in. And I like that I was able to take snippets and study from players that I consider masters in the space. And so I actually learned a lot while I was writing the book. But it's great. It covers all of the fundamentals that you need. There's a lot of charts and stuff in it, and some personal experiences. Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, as far as a beginner to expert poker player, what range of poker players should be buying this book? A total beginner,
You have to have an understanding of poker. And I am considering writing a book for people that have never played, kind of going through the rules. And it's a very, very basic book, but you have to have an understanding. So I would say somewhere between a 2 and a 7.5, maybe 8, because there are some concepts in there, that are pretty complicated, but it's definitely for the more beginner player.
Cool.
I get the impression that a decent percentage of regular poker players could probably benefit because, and this is the line I trot out all the time, the vast majority of people overrate their poker ability. There are so many people who think they're good at poker and don't realize that actually they are benefiting from variance going in their direction. And their tendency is to blame variance when they're playing badly and highlight their skill when variance is going in their favor. So sometimes it's important to take a look in the mirror and realize, I could work on my game. I could do some basic studying.
Yes, I have a whole section on ego and variance in the book.
Oh, nice.
Excellent. I have one last question, Lexi. I appreciate that live poker is booming, especially in North America at the moment, and the choice of where you can go and what you can play is so vast. But you were in Europe recently. I think you were at EPT Paris. So any more travel across the Atlantic on the horizon?
Nothing planned, but going to Paris and playing in the EPT was such an amazing experience that it definitely motivated me to play more overseas and more stars events specifically, because I was so impressed with the structure of the tournament and just how, I play a lot of smaller buy-ins and, sometimes it just feels like I'm dodging landmines left and right. And I didn't get that feeling with PokerStars events. I felt like I was able to realize my skill edge. So I definitely want to be playing more PokerStars events overseas, and nothing planned yet, but there will be more travel for sure.
It was cool seeing you guys there. I heavily associate you, and especially Bob. Bob's very American. Bob's as American as it gets. So seeing him in Paris.
He was a cowboy. I don't know if you know that. Did you know he was raised on a ranch and he grew up a cowboy?
I mean, I'm not surprised. I definitely did not know that. But if I had to guess, I'd have been that absolutely tracks for Bob. So seeing Bob in Paris, Bob the cowboy private investigator in Paris, really tickled me. So I can't wait to see you guys in Prague or wherever else we go next year. I don't want to give anything away, but yes, it was great having you.
Yeah, for sure. It was so fun to be there. And just like 10-second story, the first one of the first times I had been to his house in Redding, California, which is where we now have a home. It was very early on in the relationship. I watched him rope a cow. Like a cow had fallen down a cliff, needed rescuing. And Bob's like, I got it. So he took a rope and roped it. And I was like, okay, this is going to be my husband.
Yeah, competence is sexy.
I might have married Bob after witnessing this maneuver. So I get it.
He got it on the first rope too. I couldn't believe it.
As Withers,
oh boy,
is having a lovely day with Ace King, but just limps.
Excuse me, baby.
And Easton limps with aces. Leonard limps with Jack 10.
You guys, this is the grand final.
Atlani limps with 8-3.
Said all kinds of friends.
Tony G limps with Queen 9.
Greg's gonna attack us now. Never seen anything.
Greg Raymer.
Why, James?
0. I was just hoping.
They all think they're much better post-flop players.
Greg Raymer limps with 10-3. Valo limps with 9 deuce, and the graphics are getting smaller and smaller as we try to fit every player at this table on the screen. And
He's gonna fold.
Checks his option. It's a family pot. We've got 8-way action, and don't ask me who's got what.
I think I like 8-3 of clubs here. Although 9 deuce of clubs is...
Okay, so a couple people got top pair, 10-3, Jack 10. Ace is still in, 2 flush draws. Unbelievably, 8 people to a flop, and about 5 of them have something.
Don't forget the backdoor flush draw for Withers Easton.
Tony G frustratingly folds Queen Deuce.
Okay, so just to be clear, Easton bet for 200, Leonard raised to 400, Raymer has called, Valo has called, Easton has called, 4-way to the turn, deuce of spades.
Oh, please tell me the 10 tray of spades is what gets there.
So somehow Ace is still ahead despite letting 7 other opponents see a flop. 3 of them see a turn.
3 splits 500.
I think it's Easton who's bet here. Yeah, 500, and Ken Leonard has called.
And Greg called.
Greg Raymer calls.
What's that all about? This is scary.
Valo calls as well. So still 4 players as we go to the river, which is the 6 of spades, which means Greg Raymer gets there.
Martin checks.
Skill game.
Hey, at least poker was always fun.
Okay, Easton's still betting, Leonard's still calling.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the grand final.
It's only a 10,000 euro buy-in as Greg Raymer moves all in for around 6K.
Chris folds.
If this gets called by a worse hand, I'm working on a time machine.
Doesn't. The other 3 players fold, and Greg Raymer will add a decent percentage to his stack.
Even got up for that, Andre.
Can't reach the chips.
Found the energy there.
I can't reach the chips from the chair. It's like this chair like tips forward because it's got the rounded edges. It's your button, right?
A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited, King 7 the hand from Brown and Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop.
Brandon checks.
Top pair for Schaefer. He's a 94% favorite here.
And Rob bets 70,000.
Hollink continues for 70k.
Yeah, continuing in a similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with third pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
River call.
So Schaefer calls the 70k. It's a jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
5, 8, check. 3 clubs.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit to see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it.
Oh, goodness.
Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for
a call.
The title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in, and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. 2 of the final 3 players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who was victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo. Back at the main feature table. Scott Clements has kings under the gun. He raises. Round to Olashemian.
What do you have, Oldie? What do you have?
Don't tell him.
Good hand?
Queen Jack of Hearts for Marcus Ross. And he calls in position on the button. Nozaki folds the small blind. Juan Martin Pastor has 5-4 of spades in the big blind.
Probably going to come along for the ride.
3-way to the flop. Oh, come on, what is this? A flush for Ross, Clements drawing to the second nut flush, and Pastor with a no-good straight draw.
Draws anyone?
Clements continues. Ross with the best hand. Raises to 225k.
Rossified.
Pastor folds his draw.
This is really bad for Scott.
On.
He shoves.
Had to do it. He's doing all right against anything but the nut flush.
Call.
Ross calls as a 2-1 favorite.
And Ross absolutely has to call.
Ross is the player at risk. He has to fade the 7 remaining hearts in the deck.
And this is a pretty big fade. I mean, how many times do y'all go broke here? Pretty much always, right?
Safe card on the turn. Ross is now better than a 4-1 favorite. Safe river.
Jumping for joy.
Marcus Ross doubles up through Scott Clements.
Take it easy, Angela Bassett.
Back at the feature table. Actions on Connor Drynan. He's got aces.
Do you think Connor Drynan thinks about that aces versus aces loss in the $1 million tournament every time he's got aces? Because I do.
Mustafa Canet with ace-jack suited calls. Queens for Rutzi.
Maybe Rutzi will give Drynan's aces some protection.
He shoves. Ike folds. As does you.
You count, please.
Why does El Asmar need a count? He's got Queen 4.
On.
Uh-oh.
No, chill, bro.
Man, he really does not want to go broke with aces again, does he?
Connor has acted out of turn.
If I don't say nothing, he's obliged to say all in? Or what's the move?
Just so we are aware, because you have asked. Unless you change the action.
I know. This is the rule. Okay, I know the rules.
I've said
Nothing
that we're
special.
the
Okay.
rules.
I thought. Yeah, I thought.
Duh.
On.
Don't act like saying it the second time is what counts. We know you're all in.
Can it folds?
Oh,
yeah, that was not an angle.
Everybody does it occasionally.
And we have another cooler on our hands.
One of the coldest.
Oh, that could be the biggest mistake of my life.
It's gonna be fine, probably, maybe.
I don't think I've ever done anything like that.
Not much hope for Rudsi. 1 out in the deck. And only 1 more chance to hit it.
Oh well.
He's out.
Oh, God.
Pete's losing with him.
Look.
What the deuce? His tournament's been ruined. Ruined.
Out in 37th.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte-Carlo Casino. We're down to the heads up, to the businessest of business ends. Atanas Malinov, huge chip lead over Virgil Turchi. Heads up for the FPS Monte-Carlo main event title. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger.
Hello, my little nephews and nieces.
Hey, Griffin's nephews and nieces.
We're
My
brothers.
babies.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Looks like Virgil Turchi has got a bit of an uphill battle. Ice skating uphill even, you might say. With a better than 10-1 chip disadvantage. They are playing for how much difference in prize money, Griffin? Like
114,000.
114,000 euros in prize difference. Over 300K to the winner. 189 to whoever finishes in second. Malinov did come into the final table as the chip leader. Lost that lead at one point, but through a series of fortunate runouts during all-in situations has eliminated most of the last players we've seen take a hike from this tournament.
But the last guy's always the toughest to get to knock out.
You think so?
It just felt like something to say.
Yeah, no, well, it kind of feels like saying, like, when you go, oh, it's always the last place you look. Certainly the most lucrative person to knock out most of the time, as evidenced by this final table payout structure. Remy Mercia was the first out today. Only got 61,000 euros, nearly 80,000 for Gabby Lifshitz. Six-figure scores for Nole and Gambini. Our runner-up, whoever it may be, Virgil Turchi, will get 189,220 euros and 303K to the winner. Griffin, can you speak a little bit as to what a big first place prize that is for a 1K buy-in?
Yeah, it's very significant. That's a bloody big field. Almost 2,100 people. These things are getting more and more popular, I'm telling you, every stop.
I love the 1Ks, and this is the sort of event you can get into with a silver power pass. Those are worth $2,500 US, and that'll get you into this event and a little bit of expenses as well. No silver pass winners made it to the final six in this event, but we are seeing more and more of the Power Path Pass winners making their way to EPT live events. And here is our ceremonial touching of the palms as these two players begin hand-to-hand combat.
Nice.
I'm the
Yes.
big one.
You know what's really weird is one of the EPT producers, I should say big game producers, wrote that into a script last week. And I was like, I can't believe all the years
Never thought
I've
of
been
it.
doing this. I've
Yeah.
never said hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah.
So kudos to whoever wrote that. I think it might have been Paul, but I'm not positive.
Might have been me.
I don't think it was you. I think it might have been producer Paul. So anyway, I really like that hand-to-hand combat, heads-up play. Virgil Turchi with nothing to lose except 114,000 euros. To be honest, it's more like Malinov's 114,000 to lose at this point.
You know, we should start calling the bubble hand-for-hand combat.
Hand-for-hand I love it. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000. There are 12 and a half minutes left on this level. And because we are short-handed, super short-handed, we're playing 30-minute levels till this thing is over. And the first hand of heads up is headed to the flop, which is ace-ace-king.
Yeah, Turchi going with the limp strategy off 8 bigs. You know, 5-3 suited. One of those hands that, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of limping from 8 big blind stacks, a lot of shoving or folding, but I like the move with a hand like 5-3 suited because it has a little playability, because you're going to be able to represent those high card boards like you just did. Oh yeah, I'm ready to come back.
What has more playability, 5-3 or 5-4?
5-4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems obvious. I just thought maybe I was overlooking
Now,
something.
ask me if 5-3 suited or 5-3 off have more playability.
Does 5-3 suited or 5-3 off have more playability?
I don't know, Joe. I don't have all the answers. And that is probably going to be an all-you-can-eat from Malinov.
Malinov with Queen 9. Michael O'Driscoll on YouTube says, 2 all-ins to make a match. Let's go. Namaste.
And I would say
there's one
King
all-in.
9 any ace or better for Turchi, but suited 10-3 ain't going to be his ticket to the chocolate factory.
More energy. Did you hear my Monaco is so expensive joke today?
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but the most populous ethnic group is tax evasion.
Oh, I did see that one. I like that one. That was good.
I don't think people understand, too, that how many of these jokes I've written and how much harder they get to write as the years go on. Oh, there's another roll, and this time it's Turchi with king high. Malinov folds it high.
Il n'y en a pas un qui a dit roi 2. Je te jure, j'ai entendu roi 2 et ça.
Are we all Virgil Turchi right now or what? Just so happy to be there. Friends on the rail.
Cute little, like, freaking baby deer character on his sweater. Sweet.
Was that a baby reindeer reference?
I mean, the shirt, or am I making a baby reindeer?
I mean, cute little baby deer. I thought you were going for the...
No, but I would like to watch that show. I started it.
You're usually on the Zeitgeist, buddy. I finished it last night.
Buddy, I watched Challengers the day before I left in IMAX.
I'm loving the Challengers memes.
Oh, yeah,
Three tickets to Challengers, please. We should have done that when they were three-handed.
It's so good. It was the best.
Is it good?
Oh, it's so good. You got to see it in IMAX. It was amazing. Trent Reznor's score was just bopping.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah. It's the movie of the year.
Malinov limping in with Queen 9 suited.
I'm deadly serious, by the way. It's like really good.
Turchi
You'll love it.
Turchi with...
Can we not talk about the poker? Can we talk about the movie for a second?
Turchi shoves king 5.
Oh, Malinov with the limp call with the Queen 9.
Roi 5 off, dame 9 suit.
Gonna love to
On a roi 5
see.
off, il y a dame 9 suit.
Turchi the slight favorite.
Dame 9 suit.
Diamond Davis, man. Pop it off.
But this is more or less a flip.
Juste tenir, quoi.
Turchi barely a favorite.
Faut pas me faire doubler, messieurs. Je vous le dis.
And Malinov could very easily end this heads-up match right now. And away we go. King 10 tray. Top pair for Turchi. Just has to fade the straight now. Malinov with a gut shot. Spade on the turn is good news.
Yeah, kills
for
an out.
Turchi. Now, Griffin, if the jack hits the river, I do give you permission to say, here's Johnny.
Okay.
Okay?
Even if it's a jack of spades?
Not if it's the jack.
It's still a
of spades.
jack.
Not a jack. Turchi doubles up.
Here's Barry.
There you go. Barry Greenstein. Ace on the river. Turchi from the extreme danger zone.
Danger zone.
Or at least a regular danger zone. Now has 20 big blinds.
Whoa.
And that is not short. He's at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
But no longer really short.
Find some parking, Ma. 'Cause this ain't over yet.
Just slightly better than 4-1 chip lead now after that double up.
I'd like my mom to pick me up from a tournament one day, you know, like.
In her limousine?
No, you know, you just bust early on day 2 or something. You come outside. Make any friends? Not really. Now Turchi,
Knowing you,
certifiably in the zone.
You would make her pick you up down the block so that no one sees her. Turchi in for 1.3 million.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna get another all in.
What in the world? Pocket eights for Malinov.
I'll tell you what, if Turchi wins this all-in competition, that's going to vault him up to 40 big blinds from just 8. This is such a big moment for both of these players. And it isn't all in the call.
Wow, wait, okay. 2 hands in a row. We are potentially going to award a champion.
Virgil Turchi shaking his head, bopping it like he's listening to some tunes. Total earnings of only $412,000 coming into this event. First place of over 300,000 euros here. Malinov, 700K in earnings. This will get him up into that 1 million crew. And there's the jack.
Turchi. Flops good 2 times in a row. Malinov has spiked the quote-unquote 2-outer in previous all-ins. Queen of spades on the turn. Still just 2 outs for Malinov to eliminate Turchi.
Also a 10, of course, would find the unlikely chop.
No chop this time. Another double up for Turchi.
We're getting serious now.
How exciting for that rail. How exciting for Virgil Turchi, who went from the all but guaranteed second place finisher to having a real match right now. Virgil Turchi, 40 big blinds. Atanas Malinov, 61.
How much is it?
12,400,000.
Pay that man his money. Yeah, 37 million now for Atanas Malinov. 24 million for Virgil Turchi. 100 big blinds between them. Now we got a battle. Got a classic underdog story.
And this must be a terrible feeling for Atanas Malinov. You ever been in this situation where you've got a 10-1 chip lead and then someone doubles up twice and you're like, what is happening?
Yeah, it can happen.
Malinov with Queen 4 suited. He is in. 6-5 of hearts for Turchi.
Two quite playable hands. Heads up, and I like that Turchi is going for aggressive action here. Feeling the tides turn, expecting to see a fair amount of limp folds from Malinov here. So is going to go for quite a large size, like nearly 4x. I think Malinov probably a little too high up in his range with the Queen 4 of diamonds to just fold to a 4x.
Yeah, it feels pretty good still.
No, it's good enough. It is.
So we've got 5 million in the middle.
I just like to see Turchi pouncing, you know, after winning 2 big all-ins, saying I'm going to keep the pressure on here, flop a straight draw, throw out a little bet here, probably get a fold.
Oh. Was that a groan from you, Griffin? When you
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be results oriented because we see that Malinov has the kind of hand that would fold on this board. But Turchi clearly a bit concerned with how this texture interacts with Malinov's range. You know, Malinov is going to have a lot of hands like 10-9, you know, 8-9 suited maybe, some 7s. Not a lot of high card, low card, unless they're suited, as they are with Malinov. So Malinov also recognizing what this, you know, check represents, and it's making it look like something like an ace high. But that's going to be tough to hold on if the turn's a 10 or something.
Not a straight, just a pair.
Just a pair. And I don't think Turchi is done representing this texture. You know, the perceived range of Turchi having that ace high type hand, going to have a tough time with 3 streets of betting, and might even fold to a second bet a lot of the time. Of course, we can see that Turchi actually has a straight draw and a pair, 2 pair effectively. So how is Turchi going to react to, you know, a bet that's going to represent as much as, what, close to 30% of his stack?
Malinov with kind of a draw at this point, at least. And to a pot of 8 million. Fires 3.2 million. Do want to note that the blinds have gone up in the middle of this hand.
Can they do that?
Yeah, they can. They can. They have. They will be at 800,000, 400,000 on the next hand.
Queen or a 6 will make Malinov the best hand. Oh,
nope.
But the 8!
Wow.
And now, no way to win this 14.4 million chip pot. Wouldn't make a ton of sense to be leading out with a bet. Obviously, Turchi needs to consider it. And Malinov might just win this hand with Queen High at showdown. Will be so difficult to bluff this river. If you expect that your opponent has been sticky with ace high up to this point, so much less likely that you have an 8 when a second one has appeared on the board.
I mean, do we ever see like some kind of crazy shove and a call with Queen High to end this tournament?
No. No, but simply just because, you know, the way that Turchi has raised over the limp, he is going to reach for chips. Oh,
Not
man.
enough chips, I don't think.
It's 1.3.
I call this a check plus. Malinov makes the call and does, in fact, win with Queen High.
Wow.
Look how stressed out he is.
Queen High
would be too. Virgil Turchi, after doubling up twice in a row, gives a little bit back, now down to 27 big blinds.
Wow.
And once again, those blinds are now 800,000, 400,000 with an 800,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, and you might be wondering why did he just bet 10% there, but...
All right, let's get Hardigan back in here for the new blind level.
Big dog.
Thank you, Joe. Yes. New level, new lineup in the booth. As we continue this heads-up battle that was almost over twice.
Can you tell me your stack, please?
16-4. 16-4.
Now we are 20 bigs effective. Those 20 big blinds belonging to Virgil Turchi. 55 big blinds for Atanas Malinov. A question from Swedish Kebab 123. Who has more experience of these two? Malinov, easily. Regular on the EPT. Pretty tasty online as well. Virgil Turchi, relatively new to poker, and also coming into this final table, Griffin, even when there were still 6 players and the min cash in inverted commas was 60K, that was guaranteed to be Turchi's best ever live score.
you have to wonder what the thought process was betting that 10% pot on the river. If I had to make a guess, it would be that, you know, not wanting to lose at showdown to a hand like a 10-9 or a Jack-9 that probably won't call even a 10% bet because it looks like you're block betting with like an ace-high or...
So here's my question, Griffin. If at that point your 5's been counterfeited, right? So your bet there is a pure bluff. If you bet bigger, you can fold out some queen highs?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, I guess the inherent problem is like as you're working through the streets of a hand like that, it's hard to imagine your opponent has some raggy queen high or, you know, an ace high or a king high. You're expecting it to be something like an 8, a 7, or a straight draw that you expect to fold to any size. 10%, I think, was a little, you know, a little ambitious. Maybe should have gone more in the 25% range, and I think Malinov probably would have found a fold with the queen 4. Speaking of 4s,
yeah, trips here for Malinov, but nothing for Tershi, and less than 1% equity in this hand. Eight on the turn has Tershi drawing dead. Still keeping one eye on what's happening in the Super High Roller, which is playing down to the final table today. We're streaming that final table tomorrow. 20 players remaining right now. Alex Kulev, Ben Heath, Nick Petrangelo still among the chip leaders. Malinov bets the turn and gets a fold from Tershi. So Tershi now slowly but surely working his way back towards the danger zone. Sub 20 bigs. 17 big blinds at the conclusion of that last hand. And Malinov closing in on 60 bigs, closing in on 50 million chips, Griffin.
Yeah, nice separation that he's creating again. He's getting a little touch and go there when there were 60 to 40 big blinds, but now 60 to 17, a lot more comfortable.
Yeah. And of course, they are playing for it all. I don't believe there was any discussion, any conversation relating to a deal. Apparently Tershi made a joke about an even chop. Obviously that was never going to happen with the disparity in the stacks. But even when they got almost even, it never came up seriously in conversation. So they are playing for it all in inverted commas. So this heads-up battle is worth more than 100 grand and also is worth a title and trophy.
Yeah, it's fun to see them just go for it sometimes. And they're giving us that treat today. Wow. Malinov must have some sort of live read on Tershi to be making this out of position float with 6-3 of hearts on the King Queen 7-2 club board. Technically correct in that Tershi is light here with the 6-4 of diamonds, but also technically behind. And after the check, you have to imagine Malinov going to be betting here with the stone bottom of his range. And this is just a really impressive stuff here. Really, really creative work. you know, to find an out of position call with 6 high, purely with the intention / expectation of when Turchi does shut down, you can just bet on the river and take it down. And that is on the bigger side with the clubs coming in of 3 million.
No chop.
A bit frustrated is the Frenchman.
Shadow Dan watching on Twitch says, I thought deals weren't allowed in the FPS. That would be true if this were in France. It's French gaming regulations which prohibit deals. But interestingly, the France Poker Series also goes to Monaco and Belgium, French-speaking territories, which have different gaming regulations. So as we're here in Monaco, that rule does not apply. We have seen many a deal in Monaco over the years.
11.8.
Exactly. Good call.
And Malinov has moved over the 50 million mark. It's 62 big blinds playing 13 big blinds. I kind of feel for Turchi here. It's the hope that kills you, Griffin. You get the double up, you get the double up again, you're almost even. You're thinking, wow, now I'm going to grind out this heads-up battle. Oh no, now I'm back to being in the kind of shovel-fold situation.
Does Malinov keep the pressure up with simple jack? Is just going to limp it and hope to see a free flop.
Attention viewers and players of the main event, there will be a 20-minute break after the completion of your hand.
Ace Jack 9 on the board, so Malinov once again with the advantage. Malinov increases his already considerable advantage as we continue this heads-up battle in the France Poker Series Monte-Carlo main event. Of course, the EPT main event, as we've referenced a few times today, started today. It's day 1A. Day 1B tomorrow when we're streaming the Super High Roller, and we'll pick up the action on day 2. And that'll be the day when the bubble bursts.
World famous bubble coverage.
Do you know what? I'll allow it. And we'll follow the tournament through to its conclusion on Saturday when it'll be final table time in the EPT main.
$1.7.
King 3 versus King 2. Malinov getting spicy. 3-betting and getting a fold from Turchi.
Turchi with the blinds in there now, sub 10 big blinds. Feels all but inevitable. Can Malinov finish the job? I don't know if he's gonna be able to do it with this hand.
Thought he was going to do it with pocket 8s. failed.
Did not numb or numb.
The Snowman's losing a flip to Ace-Jack. But since then, since Tershi got that second double up, it has been all Malinov. And yes, we are getting close to that point where the nails, one by one, are being driven into the coffin. And to be clear, I'm talking about his tournament life. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that Atanas Malinov is going to kill and bury Virgil Tershi.
I'll be honest, I thought that's what you meant, so I'm glad you clarified.
Yes, important to clarify.
That metaphor, poker?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Gotcha. Advantage Malinov once again.
Malinov with the pair of nines cannot lose this hand. Unless Tershi could bluff him off it. Check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn. A 4 on the river. So this is a straighty flushy board, a 4 flush board. This pair of 4s not likely to be good. Tershi checks.
Wow, how in the zone is Atanas Malinov? Recognizing that at this stage in the hand, Tershi probably would have bet a club by the river, probably would have bet a queen by the turn, and maybe even a jack. So hey, maybe this 9 is good. Maybe I can put out a min bet and get called by a 7 or a 4.
You think there's a chance that Tershi calls here with just a pair of 4s?
Yeah, it's incredibly thin, but it's also, you know, you're sitting there in Terchi's seat with this 5-4, and you think, well, why wouldn't my opponent, you know, bet something by the river here? He's representing a, what, like a flush? Wouldn't he have bet that at some point? A big club? What if my opponent just has king deuce off here? No club. Could he conceivably bet here so that I couldn't win with a 4? This is pretty incredible value bet from Malinov here. Basically as thin as it gets, right? The worst, one of the worst 9s in the deck in the 9-3, 4 clubs, a straighty flushy board, and Malinov, the audacity, such a statement hand, just betting 1 big blind here on the river, just showing how much he's in the zone. And Tershi speaking in tongues.
And Tershi calls. He makes a hero call with a pair of 4s and is wrong. Malinov wins another pot, takes a huge dent out of Tershi's stack.
And Malinov just knows how impressive that value bet was. Not a lot of players going to be capable of squeezing out that kind of value. He has Terchi's number.
Il a valu un 9. 9-3. C'était une bébé. Une bébé, j'ai du mal.
He can read Tershi like a book.
Yeah.
And not a particularly good book. Certainly not Bravo 2-0. Huge chip advantage for Atanas Malinov. It's 56 million playing 7 million. And Tershi folds the button. 7-3 offsuit.
Tershi, it's not that he has played a poor final table. I mean, he's certainly gotten lucky when he's needed to, won a couple of flips to get him into this top 2 position, but it's always felt like Malinov's tournament, and that trophy looks like it is going to be going his way. It's just a matter of time.
The only thing I would highlight, Griffin, is that we have been in a similar situation before. Malinov had Tershi on the ropes, had a huge chip advantage, doubled him up. Tershi then doubled up again. And maybe next time he won't squander that advantage, or at least having a near to even stack. It's not over yet, is what I'm saying.
I don't know, James. My money's on Malinov. You want to take the bet or no?
I'm not going to bet against you. No.
5.7 or 6.7?
5.7.
Always a bit tricky in these sort of 7 big blind effective spots with a hand like this. Is just going to go full aggression and gets a quick fold from the 7-6. So Malinov extending the lead.
Yeah, and we're now playing 5 bigs effective. Blinds are up in 9 minutes, by the way, so if you think things are bad for Tershi now, if he manages to cling on for another 10 minutes with this stack, it's going to be even worse.
Orin?
8+1.
Tershi shoving with 10-8. Malinov asked for a count with 4 deuce, but
I'll let him have this one, Malinov.
yeah. No. So we reach hand number 80 of the final table. Heads up between Virgil Tershi from France and Atanas Malinov from Bulgaria. Blind still 400,000, 800,000 with an 800K big blind ante. The final 2 from a starting field of 2,096. Both guaranteed 189,000 euros, but the winner is going to get 300,000, 303,000 plus the FPS main event trophy. A 6 of diamonds for Malinov.
One of those big stack of white 500K chips about to go in for Malinov. And at this stack depth, Virgil could be snapping off with, oh wow, look at that. And Malinov going against the grain here and finding a limp.
This is a limp trap.
Yeah. But surely 8-4 off is not going to be the one. Going to get that free flop. So depending on the texture, Malinov may end up regretting this cheeky limp.
King, Queen, 10. So ace high still ahead. Malinov also has the gut shot straight draw and backdoor flush draw. Tershi drawing thin. Three of clubs on the turn. After the action went check, check on the flop. Malinov still a huge favorite in this hand. And in the tournament, to be fair. Check, check again. Board pairs on the river. Tershi nursing a super short stack, checks. Malinov checks behind, and yeah, ace high's good.
Yeah.
That's right, X-Spec. It was a straighty, flushy paired board, and there was no betting action on any street.
4-5.
Yeah, I just don't see if it's
4-9.
4-9 total, yeah.
Hard to bluff when you've just got 5 big blinds. And it will be Tershi first to act here.
It's an all-in face. As the desperation reached the heights of Jack 3 off.
Indeed.
It has.
Malinov folds 10-4 off. I'm loving the optimism, or rather the fact that Tershi supporters have not thrown in the towel. They're remaining confident. They still believe in their guy. They want to encourage him. I admire that. I like that. But it does feel like a really uphill struggle. As you said, Griffin, that trophy probably heading in the direction of Atanas Malinov. A certain inevitability. And he's first to act here with 10-7 of spades. The abacus.
Yeah, and just 6 big blinds. Seems a little silly to be limping and folding, so I think Malinov, based on what we saw with the 9-5 suited, 10-7 suited is also going to go in. There it is. And a quick call.
Okay, so we know Malinov's got 10-7, and it's a domination situation. Tershi with King-7. Is this the beginning of another comeback run for Virgil Tershi?
Well, we have seen Malinov get quite lucky in some all-ins early on this final table, but has lost a couple crucial ones towards the later stages. Is he finally going to get back to his lucky ways, like in that ace-5, ace-jack earlier? This is a similar spot with this 7 completely crushed.
The flop is 10 high. It is domination rotation. Now Malinov is a 70% favorite to win the FPS main event in this hand.
Yeah, any 9 would get us singing a show tune, and we would continue with no blood, but otherwise, a king and only a king, or Tershi, is going to have to settle for that second place prize of 189,000 euros.
4 on the turn. Malinov, 75% favorite. Tershi can be saved on the river. A king for the win, a 9 for the chop. Those are his outs.
As Will Kassouf once said, any kings about?
No is the answer, and that means we have our winner. Atanas Malinov finally closes it out and takes down the FPS Monte-Carlo main event.
A big sigh of relief for the very worthy champion. Played an excellent final table. Completely dominated. Was in the zone.
Ето, яка история за разказване. Радвам се. Просто има и малко отпускане.
Malinov claiming the first prize of 303,190 euros.
Nice.
Nice feed the relaxation, I like it.
The runners-up prize of 189,220 euros goes to Virgil Tershi from France.
Yes.
Nice.
Biggest ever live cash
breakout score. Big breakout score. Just had 400,000 in scores coming into this event, and is going to add 189,000, almost 50% more. That's going to be a nice little score in his career.
The relief for Atanas Malinov.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for playing. Just to show you before we do anything else, you've got first place for 303,190. The guys at the sign-up desk in the lobby area are going to be the guys to get you paid out. All right?
And lobby.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're going to do photographs and stuff very shortly.
Sorry?
We're going to do all of the other stuff with you now as well, if that's possible.
We are doing
like the photographs and all that stuff.
I should stay.
If you want to go, come back in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'll be here in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Don't go anywhere, Atanas. I have a bearded colleague who's on his way to see you. So let's recap how this final table went down. We started the day with 6 players taking their seats for the FT of this 1K main event. Remy Mercier was left with just a few big blinds after a hero call gone wrong against Marco Gambini and was out in 6th place shortly later. Gabby Lifshitz got it in good, but the run out saw his chips heading to the chip leader, Atanas Malinov. With 4 remaining, Guillaume Nollet got his stack in as a big favorite, but a 6 on the flop left him needing a lot of help. That 6 on the turn sealed his fate. 3-handed play didn't last long. Atanas Malinov wielding his monster stack to eliminate Marco Gambini in 3rd. Heads up saw 2 early double ups for Virgil Turchi. That slowed down Malinov. But the start of day chip leader ended up closing it out, going wire to wire to claim the title. And no deals agreed at this final table. The advertised payouts were played to the players. Remy Mercier cashing for 61k, 80k for Gabby Lifshitz, 100 grand for Guillaume Nollet, 135,000 euros for Marco Gambini. Virgil Turchi, the runner-up, gets 189k, just over 300k for Atanas Malinov, and also he gets the trophy. It's time for the winner's presentation. Down to the floor, and Joe Stapleton.
Tournament Director Toby Stone and Live Events Business Development Manager for PokerStars, Julian Liarte, who'd like to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Joe, and hello, everyone. Well, first of all, congratulations to our champion. What a great event. I am delighted to be here in Monte Carlo in this beautiful poker room. So a big thanks to our partner, the SBM, our live events team, the logistic, TV crew. Everyone here is doing a fantastic job. And of course, we are also very happy, and so the players, to be alongside the absolute best team of dealers in the world. So thank you, everyone. We had a great first week. There is more to come with the EPT main event that just started today. So best of luck to all the players. And again, congratulations to the champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. Now there's only one thing left to do. Besting a field of over 2,000 entries to take the title and over 300,000 euros for first place. Please give it up to Atanas Malinov.
Quite an accomplishment to go wire to wire at a final table. Congratulations once again to our champion. And the FPS main event is in the books, but of course, the action continues here in Monte Carlo. We've still got 6 days of live coverage and there is so much going on, more events than we can cover. So check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from this event. And of course, join us tomorrow because we will have another final table for you. It's the big one, the 100k super high roller. 20 players remain right now. Tomorrow, the final table will play down to a champion. We're live at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. But for now, from Griffin Bencher, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Monaco.